Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 4th of September. Please join with me in standing for the opening karakia. Whakatai te hau, te te uru, whakatai te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina te uta, kia mā tai, i heke, iana, ura, te hui, huka, i hahu, te hai, mariora. Right. Before I start our first item, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the recent passing of Sir Harold Marshall. Sir Harold was responsible for the acoustic design of the Christchurch Town Hall, originally opened in 1972. The Town Hall, as we all know, is recognised for world-class acoustics, and it changed the way concert halls around the world were designed from that point on. So Harold went on to advise on new major performance venues across the world. He returned to Christchurch for the official reopening of the Town Hall in February 2019. So I'd like to recognise Sir Harold for his lifetime of achievement in acoustical design and for the legacy to the city that he made such an important contribution to, the Christchurch Town Hall. And please join me for a moment's silence. Thank you very much. Now, while we're on it, before I do apologies, I don't know what you were all doing at 5 o'clock this morning, but 14 years ago, we had a thing happening that changed our destiny forever. So we just need to remember how we got to this, and that 5 o'clock 14 years ago in the morning, that was the start of a veer in the road that got us to where we are at the moment. So I'll just put that down the front. Thank you, Yanni, for bringing that in.
And Your Worship, could I just mention that the auditorium at the Town Hall is still one of the top 10 music rooms in the world. And it was designed by locals, built by locals, and it's still run by locals.
Thank you, Tim.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just say that we just acknowledge the community and all the people that, including the council staff, have been involved since the September 4th earthquake in 2010, and just to acknowledge that they're in our thoughts, and we really appreciate all the work that so many people in our community have done, including the different organisations and the first responders to look after our city and to rebuild and recover. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for the acknowledgement.
Thank you for that. Right, I have apologies from Councillor Coker and Donovan for absence, and Councillor Fields will be apology for partial absence today. I also have Councillors Goff and Moore and Kewen joining on Zoom. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Kelly, and a seconder is me. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you, that's carried. Now we'll move.
Mr. Mayor, I just had an apology for possible early departure, depending on how late the meeting goes.
Roger.
Yeah, so I need to leave at 2.
Yep, no problem. And we have a declaration of interest from Councillor Johansson on item 11. Okay. We'll now move on to public forums. First up, I'd like to welcome Mitch Shaw from Upstream, who will share some of the organisation's success stories and how it can help generate funding for local charities supporting young people. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Everyone hear me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. Kia ora koutou, everyone. My name's Mitch. Used to be a youth worker in Hornby High School, and did charitable management for many years. So I know what community funding is all about, writing grants to the council who've been hugely supportive. But I want to talk about Upstream and Otis, our sustainability management software. And I want to say thank you to you guys. To be honest, council's leading the way, I believe, in the sustainability space for construction sites, mainly because of the involvement we've got with Te Kaha Stadium. So you're going to hear some success stories today, and a big thank you to you guys. First of all, you don't know, Upstream is a supply chain. It's a supply chain of services and products that, when used, has a knock-on effect. So it generates funding for local community groups at the same time as those organisations or companies are using that procurement. So it's a win-win. Basically, community groups are going for that little purple slice that represents $700 for every million that the private sector is making a profit on. So that $700 is highly contested by charitable trusts, all hunting for that little purple slice. What Upstream did was we said, after we were talking to companies in our local community, we're like, man, we're not going to go after that purple slice. We're going to actually present an opportunity for the big blue slice in the middle, which is called Upstream. These companies, these organisations are spending money on something. Most of the time it's wages. Can we offer them something else that has a pre-brokered arrangement that when you used our cleaning company, a slice of that goes back to the community sector. If you used our waste company, our signage, our merchandise, our trades, our subcontractors, a slice of that goes back to the community sector. And since then, it's just taken off. Basically, the little business model that we call a social enterprise, we're owned by charities. Upstream is basically looking for customers. A customer could be someone at home. A customer could be a charitable trust itself. A customer could be the council. A customer could be the council's procurement. When you put out a tender, you're saying, what good are you doing around non-broader outcomes or non-price attributes? Absolutely, that main contractor should be articulating the good they're going to do. And Upstream is a practical way that that contractor can articulate it. When they use our suppliers, a slice of that goes to the community sector as a result. And this is what we've done. So I was still doing youth work in 2018, 2019 when I dreamed up this idea. Most community grant funders are telling you to jump and start social enterprises. Well, we were one of the ones that listened and did. And since then, we've generated over $7 million in revenue for the private sector. So this is a massive win to our suppliers that are a part of our community and our supply chain. At the same time, it's generated over $400,000 in community funds as a result. That didn't exist without that transaction happening, which is the equivalent of 17,500 community hours as a result. So year by year, we're generating funds each year. That's a record from the previous year, and that's coming from 70% trail. So we call that sustainable fundraising because the more that transactions we can generate, a lot of those are actually ongoing. You think of insurance premiums, you think of cleaning quotes that are 3 years, you think of waste contracts that I've brokered 3 years ago. They are still paying us a little trail that we can put to the community sector. So we're projected to do a fair bit of money 5, 10, 20 years' time. Our dream is pretty big. We'd love to match what the council's giving in grant funding with social procurement money coming through Upstream. So basically, as a nutshell, Upstream is take action. This is the supply chain you want to use if you want to generate social and sustainable outcomes. We built sustainability software that our suppliers, our subbies, our main contractors are starting to use because they need to track and gather broader outcomes around diesel and electricity and some of these other areas at the same time. So as an example, you might recognise some of these suppliers in the supply chain on Upstream. We started picking up Tier 2 and Tier 1 contractors working with us. And Otis, which stands for Our Actions Tell a Story, it's an acronym. Basically, we're trying to inspire our main contractors, being B6 Watpac, South Base Construction, Argus Group we've been involved in. These are big players in our city, in saying, what are the good, how are you articulating the good you're actually doing? Because people want to know, right? So here's a couple of stories of really cool outcomes. So B6 Watpac partners with Upstream. We have to do all the sustainability reporting, all the diesel tracking, all the transport tracking, all the waste, the electricity, the water management. We have to do all the social good that they're doing through their supply chain. And simply, we brokered a deal with their cleaner, gives a percentage each day. The toilet paper that's used in the portaloos benefits the community sector as a result. The barbecue got brokered, the butcher's sausages got brokered to actually generate some money for the community at the same time. Peter Timms is a generous guy. And basically, it's the equivalent of 200 hours of youth work as a result of some really minimal procurement that we've been able to get over the line. Imagine if you could get the supply chain doing one transaction each. What could that look like? Another one, I want to say thank you to the council. So we have a solar supplier. We have a deal with him that he gives us a percentage of the tender that were converted come through. And Matatiki essentially had the solar panels that was out for tender. He put in, he said, look, this is my commitment to the Hornby High youth work across the road. this is the result that will happen as a result of upstream. And basically it generated $2,500 in one transaction that he could put into the tender, and that was the result. So I want to say thank you, because whoever recognised that commitment, we're the guy in the middle that has to go to that solar supplier and say, right, you owe us $2,500, and we want to make sure that the youth workers across the road benefit from that transaction as a result of social procurement. So it's a massive thank you to the council. And our dream is basically you have a supply chain that all applying for tenders. Imagine the tender money being harnessed so that actually the community sector benefited. These main contractors are wanting to do good. We're just a practical way that we can empower them to do that. So for me, I think I want to leave you this question, but also I want to say thank you. People like the community grant advisors, all the people that have supported me as a youth worker to get to this point. Heads of sustainability, Tyler, Mark, people, Sarah Templeton, advocating for our software. Anyone that's actually got recognised upstream and put it into a conversation. I just want to say thank you for where we've got to, but I want to leave you with a future in mind. What if we could harness procurement to actually generate a better outcome for the community sector? And I'd love to leave it open if I've got time for any questions. So.
No, that's a fantastic, brilliant initiative. Thank you so much, Mitch, for what you're doing. Unfortunately, our timer is vanished.
Oh, so I get to start again, Phil? Is that what you're saying?
I got news for you, and it's all bad. So thank you. It's used up all the time, but very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anyone's got any questions afterwards, come see me or get in touch with Rose. So
good on you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so next we'll hear from Paul Lonsdale, Sean Stockman and Roy Apley about Inner City Collective Action Group, who'll give us an update on their work addressing intercity crime and other social issues. Oh, we got timer back. Look at that. Morning, gentlemen.
Kia ora koutou. I'm John Slaughter. I have the pleasure of chairing this group and took it over last year. If you look at the slides, you can see who we're partnering with in the central city now, and it's been a real success of working together. And the next slide, if you look at that, if we flick that over to the photo of some of the people that work in the city centre, and we're really, really pleased with how this is going, and I'll pass it over to Paul.
Well, I'll talk on behalf of the safety team, which has been supported by council. We were really appreciative of that. Our safety team have actually built a very good rapport with the street community. We were collaborative with the police and the city mission, and they're all key partners in actually helping our street community and street issues. The safety team have activated over 1,000 eyes and ears on the street through our members. So when there's an issue that's appearing on the street, they call our safety team. Our safety team's job is to de-escalate issues before they become an offence. When obviously that's when we get the police involved. And we've actually improved, as you'll note, our city has enhanced its safety perception. We have one of the best central cities from a larger city's perspective across the country. You go to any other major centre like Auckland and Wellington, and the issues they have there are out of control. It's really important for the ongoing building of our city is to actually have that safety. I think it's a key part of life is actually feeling safe in your own community, feeling safe going to work, feeling safe in your own environment. I'll just pass on to Sean.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. I'd like to give you some history on the group. So about 4 years ago, we formed this group, which was predominantly property owners and retailers, out of a concern of the crime and the homelessness issues in the CBD. And sadly, to be honest, that group's solution was we put sprinklers on them or chase them out of doorways or do whatever with them. And that really saddened some of us. And we realised that these were people, and what was the reason they were there? What was the reason they were in the doorway, and how do we fix that reason? And out of that group, there was about 50 of us, and what morphed out the other end was Paul Lonsdale, Roy Apley from the police, and myself. Then we partnered, as John said, with the mission and the police at the council and other groups, and we put this inner city collaborative group together. And I think it's probably one of the first times in history we have had all the parties round the table, all the support agencies are all there together, and the results are speaking for themselves, which is great for our city and great for the people that are concerned, that are on the street. There is hope for them. Thank you. I'll hand over to Roy.
Good morning, everyone. So the key to this success around this cohort of what was the begging and homeless community that were causing quite a number of issues which were evident to all, has been the commitment to work together as partners, so not letting each other down and being able to challenge each other, because traditionally a lot of these sorts of problems end up on the police's doorstep and for some sort of enforcement action, hoping that that's going to get the outcome that you need. But what's become very evident is that through a number of things, particularly drug, alcohol addiction, poor mental health, or certainly compromised mental health for a lot of the largely men, but also some women, is that the answer can't just be an enforcement action. So this group for, as you've heard, nearly 4 years now, has been working with the goal of trying to improve the outcomes for the men and few women that are actually the subjects of this work. And this council has supported this work in an incredible way, with people like Gary, John, who's come on relatively recently, but Rose and Sylvia earlier on, who've sustained for this whole 4 years. And that's really what we're trying to get across here, that the commitment of everyone to sustain, be accountable to each other, can actually improve outcomes for people. And the City Mission are leading that work in the field alongside us. But it's not just about doing what's easy for these people, it's about what actually needs to be done for that person. And it's the work behind the scenes, which is often not seen, that's really the key to this, and it's been led by the City Mission with the support of our group. So congratulations for your commitment to this work, and please continue to do so.
All right. Okay. We've used up all our time. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was very good. We're starting off very well today. Yeah. Good to see you. Okay, so now we have deputations by appointment. We have the several deputations by appointment. I'd first like to welcome Jared, who's on Zoom. I see him there. He'll be speaking on behalf of the Gaming Machine Association as well as Pub Charity Limited in relation to item 12, the review of the gambling and TAB venues policy. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Gaming Machine Association, which represents the vast majority of New Zealand's gaming machine societies, and also this morning on behalf of Pub Charity, which is one of the largest Class 4 operators in New Zealand and has the largest number of machines in operation in Christchurch City. Just in relation to my next slide, please. What we're asking Council to do is to put the gambling venue policy out for public consultation and include as part of that consultation the option of including a relocation provision. A provision that enables venues to relocate out of high deprivation areas, provision that would enable venues to relocate out of residential areas or relocate if they're close to a sensitive site such as a school, a place of worship, or other community facility. Next slide, please. The current policy has been in force since 2004. It has been rolled over again and again and again without the formal public consultation process. And this is now the 6th consecutive time that that's occurred. Since 2004, I've been going to all the various council hearings throughout New Zealand, and I'm not aware of any other council in New Zealand that's looked to roll over their policy for that length of time. Some councils might roll them over once or twice, but certainly not aware of any council looking to roll policy over a 6th or 7th time. Next slide, please. I had the privilege of reading Council's significance and engagement policy that was developed in 2019. It's an excellent policy. That policy provides that Council will seek meaningful exchange with the community through engagement on local decision making, and that there will be genuine engagement will be encouraged, in a manner that's consistent with the significance of the issue. Next slide, please. That policy has some principles, and one of the key principles are that decision makers are well informed and aware and take into account the community's views. And having a full public consultation process will enable those decision makers to be better informed. There's some additional context that can be provided. Both sides of the argument can be fleshed out, discussed, and councillors can be better informed. Just by way of an example, the council report that's been prepared notes that Class 4 expenditure has been relatively steady. If we were to give that a bit more context though, since 2004, per capita spend in inflation-adjusted terms has in fact fallen by 50%. Next slide, please. The report that's been prepared also suggests there's a link between machine numbers and problem gambling rates. However, additional context could be provided, including the range of research and information that shows that we've had a 44% reduction in gaming machine number venues in New Zealand. We also had a 50% reduction in per capita spend. However, during that period, the problem gambling rate has remained absolutely unchanged. Being well informed also includes considering the adverse consequences or the unintended consequences of the policy, which includes the migration of the Class 4 spend, the gaming machine spend, to the local commercial casino and to the commercial online operators. 100% of our profits, the Class 4 profits, are returned to community grants. Christchurch Casino and the other casinos only return about 1.5 to 2% of their profits in community grants. The government has currently signalled that it will grant offshore-based online providers the ability to be licensed and operate lawfully in New Zealand, which will include the opportunity to market and advertise their offerings. But there's no suggestion that will include any requirement for community grants to be made. Taking into account the community views includes hearing from all the parties. One of the key players in this situation are the fact that the people that play the machines and enjoy playing the machines. There's no comment or reference from any player in the report that's currently before council. Also gives council the ability to hear from business owners, hear from the staff at the venues that do the harm minimisation work, do the room sweeps, speak to the players, deal with exclusion orders. And also importantly enables councillors to hear from the community groups and the members who receive funding. We received some fantastic stories at the various hearings of people that have had the funding, what they've been able to do from that. And we also hear from the funders of the services that would be required to be cut and the costs that would be imposed upon the people that use their services, the players, the members, if that funding wasn't available. The significance engagement policy also has as another principle that the level of engagement will be tailored to match the level of significance for each issue. And the gambling venue policy is a very, very significant policy. The policy has implications that go beyond simply public health. It impacts entertainment. People enjoy playing our machines. It's a matter of significant community funding. There's employment that's created. It also assists the local hospitality businesses to be commercially viable. Player entertainment is a big factor. People, as I said, people enjoy playing our machines, and approximately 70% of adult New Zealanders gamble at least once a year. The funding that comes from our machines is significant. 2023, approximately $30 million in local grants were made. Pub charity just by itself between November 2020 and July 2024 made $17.4 million in local grants to over 1,600 organisations. Public interest in gambling venue policies is always extremely high. Every time we go to a public consultation process, there's a large number of people there. I had one councillor once say to me that the only thing that attracts more interest than a gambling venue policy is a policy that relates to freedom camping. Next slide, please. There are benefits in consulting. If we were to consult, there is the option of including a relocation provision that could be discussed. You do need a public consultation process if you were looking to include that. Having a relocation provision is a harm minimisation tool. The ability to have relocation provisions is a relatively new provision that was introduced by the Maori Party as part of the Gambling Reduction Amendment Bill. And the aim is to enable venues to move away from undesirable areas to more suitable areas. Venues should be free to move out of high deprivation areas. Venues should be free to move out of residential areas, or venues should be free to move if they're close to a school, a community facility. There's no good policy reason for preventing that. And it is an issue. We have 44% of your venues currently located in very high or medium high deprivation areas. That's a concern, but they're currently locked in there. They don't have the ability to move. Enabling them to move to areas where they can come to council, put a case forward and say, this is a more desirable location. These are the benefits. But enabling council to consider that on a case-by-case basis is entirely appropriate. And as I said, there's no good policy reason for preventing that. Venues should also be free to move out of earthquake-prone buildings. This is a health and safety issue, and very important to raise that today in particular. Venues should also be free to move to new, modern, vibrant premises that results in vibrant central business districts. If we prohibit relocation, that doesn't result in fewer machines. It just simply entrenches the current venues in undesirable locations and unsafe. There's no urgency or confidentiality that would justify doing away with the standard public consultation process. There is time and the ability to do so, and it's entirely appropriate that happen. Thank you, and welcome any questions that council may have.
Okay, yes, I have one. Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for coming in and talking. The thing I sort of can't understand yet is, can you elaborate a bit more on what a suitable site may be? I saw that there was central business district raised, but there obviously might be a cap. So are we talking about taking the machines from a more deprived area to a less deprived area?
Exactly. We're looking at taking a traditional large tavern that may be in a very high deprivation area in a residential area, and looking to move that into a central business district. And when that venue moves, it typically moves to be a newer, modern facility. It's smaller. It normally has a greater focus on food rather than the alcohol offering, and it usually has a more affluent clientele. Those are things that we consider to be positive.
Okay, last quick question, if that's right, Mr. Mayor, was around gambling harm itself. Would you be able to sort of tell us what you believe gambling harm stems from?
Well, gambling harm is an addiction that's caused by people that play for excessive periods and spend excessive money and lose control in relation to the time and money that's spent.
And could that correlate with the level of the jackpot that's given?
Possibly, but our machines offer a maximum prize of $500 and a maximum jackpot prize of $1,000. That is incredibly low. In the Christchurch casino, the prizes are unlimited. In the online space, the prizes are unlimited. So the prizes that we offer in our venues are already extremely, extremely low.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. You've managed to use up any time that was left, but we have two questions. Councillor McClellan.
I was just going to ask, I'm interested in the argument that, a lot of these pubs are just dying to move to more affluent areas if only they could take their pokie machines. But do you have any evidence of this, or is this anecdotal? Do you have many examples of members who are expressing a desire to actually do this?
Yeah, so normally when I do this presentation, given that I was limited for time, I didn't include it today, but normally I include the photos of venues that look like, old school taverns where you got black singlets and white gumboots. I put those photos up and say, those are the venues. These venues were able to relocate. They were able to spend $3 million, $5 million on the fit out. And these are the photos of the new venue where it's a fantastic sports bar where there's craft beer on offering. And normally I put those reflections up. So what we're saying is there's no good policy reason for prohibiting that. if you allow it in your policy, it gives business owners the opportunity to know that that's an option for them and to explore that. And we can just see no good reason for not even allowing that conversation to take place.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Templeton.
Thanks. Mine's actually, I guess, a follow-up from that one. Given that the types of figures that you were talking about there for fit out, those kind of things, are you saying that the ability to shift the gambling machines is of high enough value and that the businesses make enough money from their communities from them that it would deter them from moving into an area where they could make more money on their other sales, like from food and alcohol and stuff?
Yeah. So it's common for, in a hospitality venue, for the gaming machine revenue that the venues get for hosting and supervising the machines to be around 40% of their total income. So if they were looking to move to a newer, modern facility, if they can't take that part of their entertainment mix and that part of their business with them, it just simply makes it uneconomical. Having the game machines is not their primary activity, but it's still a significant part of their business opportunity.
Yeah.
And if you were to take that away, it just simply makes it uneconomical to move.
So okay. That's
Thank
really
you.
interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Yanni, we have run out of time. We're well over. Thank you, Jared. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we'll hear from Mike and Leslie from New Zealand Community Trust, who will also be talking about item 12.
Thank you, Your Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to present in person today. I think that's important. We will keep our presentation very brief on the hope that those with reservations will ask some good questions and hopefully we can give them some good answers. You'll read in our submission we're after a balanced policy. I think the previous speakers point out the issues of not being able to relocate and the volume of noise around being present in high depth, low social areas needs addressing. The old saying, if you continue to do what you do and seek a different outcome as a form of insanity, is real. 20 years, sinking lids, we've proven they simply don't work. We'd rather work with providers and those affected in a different space, and we've proven it can work, especially with technology. Just looking at where we prefer a cap on non-club gaming machines at the current number and a broad relocation clause. And I'll just remind that council would always have the last say in an application to relocate. So it's not as though you could not, on its merit, consider support or otherwise. Another key impact in the last year or two has been the High Court ruling over Waikiwi. Waikiwi was a provision to transfer in certain circumstances, and the courts have ruled that since 2013 that's no longer available or relevant. I will stress the economic factors of the hospitality industry. Christchurch is really in an inevitable position of being a destination for people. Wellington, I can assure you, would love the hospitality offering that you've got in front of you and the major facilities that's going to attract people here for entertainment, hospitality and weekend. So look, I just want to sum up on that and pass to our trustee, Leslie Murdoch, a local citizen who's been on our board for some considerable time.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, the Mayor and councillors. Thanks very much for this time. Kia ora. And I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we've got Marty Fuller, who's a venue operator here as well, and obviously with NZCT. Now, interestingly, that Yana, you bought the cone, and we talk about September the 4th and the journey that Christchurch has gone on since 2010 and obviously 2011. And I am a passionate sports club person. So that's my area of expertise on NZCT, to ensure that the funds for NZCT, because our deed says that 75% of money gained goes back to amateur sport. So I look back at some of the projects, the $1 million that NZCT put to the Ngā Punawai track, to their 2 contributions to the netball centre that has enabled it to be finished, to the hockey turfs and to the rugby league. And then you look at the Women's Cricket World Cup at Hagley Oval for the helping put those lights in for community good. That was one of the areas. But when you look back to clubland, to the clubs, the amateur clubs who are running through volunteerism, over 60% of the 2 clubs that I'm involved in require Class 4 money to survive on a year-to-year basis. If they didn't have that, I think of the hydrotherapy pool at the brand new pool out at Hornby, and am really proud of being part of that. Recently, we helped Nunweek Park get 2 new hockey turfs, along with other collaborators, obviously, but in taking up the old turf, we had an emergency application from Bromley School, and they wanted that turf, and so it got repurposed and is now sitting proudly at Bromley School, so that they have got a smooth, flat surface for them to play any sport that they would like to out there. And look, I could go on for a long time telling you of what, as I see it, Class 4 does for sport clubs, in not only just in Christchurch, but clearly I'm a passionate Cantabrian, so I would like it all to come to here, and we could have we've probably got the best facilities, and we'll have very soon. So anyway, that's where I come from. It is, I have been on NZCT since 2008, and I know the many applications that have come. I just think very quickly of all those surf life-saving buildings around the coastline that are critical to that summer sport that we all love, going out into the water, and the contributions that NZCT has made to them being renovated and replaced. So thank you for listening, and I totally support what NZCT, what Pub Charity are doing, and to put that consultation policy out for consultation rather than just rolling it over. Thank you.
One quick question from Councillor Scandrick, please.
Thank you, Leslie. As you know, RAT has changed its funding process or policies, and we're under more and more pressure. If, for instance, the sinking lid comes in and there's less and less money earned by the gambling machines, where do you think that money will be coming from? Because I'm aware there is no magic tree, but the need is getting higher for all sorts of organisations. So have you got an idea for us?
We see that across the country. The 350 million that's distributed to community good simply can't be replaced, other than possibly looking at increasing your rates, which I don't think many want to do.
Very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Leslie. That's brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll hear from Charles and Christy. Now, Christy is online. Yep, hello there. From PGF Services, who are also going to speak to item 12. Hey, Charles, you right, mate?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Dr. Charles Eguba. I'm here on behalf of PGF Services, Problem Gambling Foundation Services. And just a brief background, I am originally from Nigeria and schooled in the UK in public health, came to New Zealand in 2016 for my PhD in public health, which I completed at the University of Canterbury. I have worked in community for a long time, working with young people who are struggling with different kind of mental health crisis, and I also contribute to lecturing in Mercy University and University of Canterbury in public health. So today I'm speaking on behalf of PGF Services, and PGF Services provides both clinical and public health services nationally, and we also have local presence in Christchurch. Permit me to recognize the already established protocols and to send my warm appreciation to you council members for your continuous efforts in developing our beautiful city and also protecting our people, ensuring that we build a flourishing community that is free from any form of public harm. Next slide, please. So the evidence showed that a sinking lid policy is one of the best policies available that take on a public health approach to reduce gambling losses and harm from class 4 gambling. Therefore, we support the council's current sinking lead policy with no relocations allowed. Not allowing for relocations strengthens a sinking lead approach by making it harder for venues to move around the community, limiting access to harmful products. And just to respond to some of the comments earlier, I think we have evidence, because one of the council members did ask about evidence of if the sinking lead opening up that space does help or not. And he could not provide that. He only talked about pictures or photos. But we actually have evidence that shows that maintaining sinking lead policy will reduce gambling harm and gambling losses by 13%. These are evidence local from New Zealand showing this. And also, I think I beg to differ that we continue to blame victims of the system, of the environment, as responsible for gambling harm. I wouldn't define gambling harm as a responsibility of the victim, rather as a precipitate of the system and environment that continues to breed this addiction. I'd like to especially commend the Christchurch City Council's policy team on their work and fully supports their recommendation to roll over the existing policies without any amendment. I must stress, the next slide, please. I must stress that pokies are the most harmful form of gambling in New Zealand, and they are highly addictive and specifically designed to be very absorbing. And most of the clients that are presenting to gambling support services, including us, for clinical interventions are often doing this from their participation in non-casino pokies in pubs and in clubs. And this is more than any other form or mode of gambling. So together with the City Council, we will continue our work in shaping a flourishing community for all in Christchurch, in Canterbury, and in New Zealand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Templeton, that'd be the only time we have.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm just wondering about the comments we've heard on the ability to relocate away from lower socioeconomic areas into more affluent areas. And do you believe that the amount of harm would change, or if the harm would just be in different places?
In fact, I do not believe that it will be in different places. I think it will continue. I think this is a system that is borderless, that has very little to do with if they move to affluent areas. And like I said, stressing the fact that when he was asked, the other colleague was asked specifically about evidence, he couldn't produce that evidence. He only talked about photos, because the evidence actually shows that sinking lead policies will actually lead to a reduction in gambling harm and gambling losses by a minimum of 13%. So I do not believe that the shift in the movement will actually contribute to any positive change. Rather, it will continue because people can move from those different areas. Yeah. We recognize that 50% of pokies and venues are in the most deprived areas, but we still do not believe that changing them or moving them around will cause any significant positive impact. We maintain that the sinking lead policy and not making any amendment, not allowing them to make those movements or changes in their venues will contribute positively to reducing gambling harm, and just stressing that this is a system issue. And I think we all agree that for us to make changes in public health, we must think system-wise and not actually looking at the individuals and blaming them for being responsible for the problem caused by gambling.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, do you want one little one? Okay.
Thank you. So are you saying that it's better to, so rather than going to, say, a controlled venue, when, you know, we're all humans and nothing's perfect, so some are managed better than others, and to go for problem gamblers to go online where there is no controls?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just specifically answering the question that changing our venues does not significantly put any positive change within this quagmire, this public health problem that we are experiencing. And I think the discussion on online gambling is a different situation because we know that the 2003 Act is currently not fit for purpose in terms of its stretch to the online gambling space. And it's something that we need to do. We probably need to talk more about that, of making a change in order to make sure that we actually respond to the realities of our time. So discussion about the online space is totally different. We believe that there is a lot of harm happening online, but then we need to respond to that differently. But specific to the issue of moving venues and allowing them to go wherever they want, we need to put a stop to that, and we need to maintain the current strategies around the sinking lead, and that is what we are saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Charles and Christy, for making the time to come online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Now we have Hebe Gibson from Te Whatu Ora, who will also speak on item 12. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Hebe Gibson and I'm a policy advisor at Community and Public Health. We're now part of the National Public Health Service, which is a branch of Health New Zealand Te Whatu Ora. I work in a team that covers Te Waiponamu, the South Island region. So I represent National Public Health Service Te Waiponamu. So we also support the recommendation to retain the existing policy for a further 3 years. And this is to protect the health and well-being of the population in Ōtautahi Christchurch. Over half of councils in Aotearoa, New Zealand have a sinking lid policy. So we do support keeping the existing policy without amendment, but just considering that other councils in New Zealand that have sinking lid policies, and especially those that have had them for a long time, they are looking at ways to strengthen their policies, such as by not allowing club mergers. So we would encourage CCC to look at options for strengthening the policy at their next review. So as we've discussed, pokies cause harm and they're the most harmful form of gambling in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Gamblers, their family and affected others most frequently cite pokies as the form of gambling that causes harm. And in Christchurch, around half of all clients seeking problem gambling services reported that pokies was their primary mode of gambling. Pokies have a high turnover. So in 2023, profits from pokies were over 93 million in Christchurch. And for New Zealand, the profits from pokies was over 1 billion. So as it stated in the council's report, in 2023, the Class 4 gambling expenditure in Christchurch was $234 per capita, and this was higher than the national average. Pokies are also high risk because they have design features that keep people playing. This is the rapid speed of play on pokies, the lack of natural breaks from play, near misses and losses disguised as wins, and these factors lead to persistent gambling. So gambling is a public health issue and it has extensive consequences for health and well-being. So it can lead to emotional and psychological distress, depression, suicide, reduced work performance or educational performance, relationships breakdown and crime. And it can present with other health issues such as higher levels of alcohol consumption, smoking and other drug use. And it's not just a problem for individuals, it has wider impacts on families, whānau, workplaces and communities. In New Zealand, 22% of adults are affected at some time in their lives by their own or others' gambling. And one problem gambler can affect at least 5 to 10 others. Gambling is also an equity issue. This is because some groups experience higher rates of gambling harm, and this includes Māori, Pacific peoples, Asian peoples, and young people. as we've been discussing today, Class 4 venues are often located in areas of socio-economic deprivation, and this means the people living in those areas are inevitably exposed to gambling. There is also evidence that Class 4 gambling increases socio-economic disadvantage by transferring wealth from more deprived communities to less deprived communities. And this is because Class 4 grants are less likely to return to the communities in which they were raised. So in conclusion, we support the recommendation to keep the existing sinking lid policy, and this is because the impacts that gambling can have on health and equity outcomes. We also support the deputation made by the Problem Gambling Foundation. Ngā mihi nui, thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. We've got time for 2 questions, and they're right here, Councillor McClelland and then Councillor Harrison.
Thank you for your submission. Do you have any view, there was a relatively egregious argument, in my opinion, put forward that if we allow venues to relocate their gambling machines, they're likely to move to Fendalton and sell craft beer. Do you think that that's more likely, and exclude people who wear gumboots as well? Do you think that that's more likely, or it's more likely that venues would move to even lower socio-economic areas where the real estate is even cheaper?
I think it's an interesting discussion, and I can't present evidence on that, but I'd be interested to know what the policy controls could be to make sure that how it would work, that would go from higher deprivation to lower deprivation. I think in the council report it said there aren't any. It said there aren't known controls for making sure that's how it happens. So I think opening up the policy for relocation is risky, and we wouldn't advise that.
Kia ora. I've had quite a bit of experience firsthand with gambling, particularly with whānau, when I was working in the community. And one of the key things that I noticed was, one, jackpot hunters. So they'd actually move from one pub to another for the highest jackpot, mostly in the most deprived areas. But secondly, was the mechanisms that you described around mergers was an interesting one. Would you be able to define what other mechanisms we could use, noting that a lot of the controls are coming from central government?
So, yeah, as I said, not allowing club mergers, it would be another policy control that could be used to strengthen the policy. And there are other councils around New Zealand considering that or already have it in place.
And why is that? Is that so that they can add more pokies to one club?
Yeah, so I think they can go up to 18 on one site.
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you, Hebe, for coming in. Thank you. Okay, so next we'll welcome Janea and Marty on behalf of Hospitality New Zealand, who will also be speaking about item 12.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today. I'm Janea Calvert from Hospitality New Zealand Canterbury Branch Committee, and I have Marty Fuller with me, who's also a lifetime member of the branch. Hospitality New Zealand would like to advocate on key changes in the current policy regarding gaming machines, which we believe will not only benefit the community but also enhance the effectiveness of harm minimisation strategies. Firstly, in regards to the sinking lid provision of the policy, our association respectfully requests the replacement of the current sinking lid provision with an alternative capping option. The sinking lid policy, which enforces a gradual reduction in gaming machines, may have unintended consequences. Due to the stricter limitations and general ideological stance rather than an evidence-based approach, natural attrition in venues and machines will significantly reduce the funding available to community groups. Instead of the sinking lid approach, we propose implementing a pro rata system. The system would allocate a specific number of gaming machines based on a percentage of the 18 plus population. The existing number of machines would be capped at current levels, providing stability while still addressing harm minimisation concerns. We also propose having a relocation provision for gaming venues and expanding this. Currently, the relocation provision is only applicable in the event of the venue being destroyed by fire or natural disaster. This limitation is too restrictive and prevents venues from making proactive decisions that could better align with harm minimisation objectives. We advocate for more flexibility, a more flexible approach where the council can consider relocations on a case-by-case basis. Venues should be permitted to relocate to lower deprivation areas or away from residential and sensitive sites if they can demonstrate that the new location is more desirable from a harm minimisation perspective. This approach would enable venues to operate in locations that mitigate potential harm more effectively and enhance community outcomes. In September 2013, Parliament amended the Gambling Act 2003 to enable venues to relocate and retain the same number of machines with a relocation consent. This amendment was intended to encourage venues to move from less desirable locations to more suitable ones, thereby improving harm minimisation efforts. The intent of this bill was to facilitate the movement of gaming machines out of harm's way, not to impose restrictions that inhibit such relocations. The current limitations do not reflect this intent and hinder our ability to implement effective harm minimisation strategies. Lastly, we would like to address the regulatory environment for on-premise Class 4 operations. Licensed premises provide a controlled environment with host responsibility and harm minimisation practices in place. Excessive restrictions on these premises push individuals towards unregulated online gambling, which poses greater risks due to the lack of oversight. By refining the policy to support responsible on-premise operations, we can better manage gambling risks and ensure the community funds are maximised and directed effectively. In summary, we urge the Council to consider these proposed changes, replacing the sinking lid policy with a pro rata cap, expanding the relocation provision and supporting on-premise Class 4 operations. These adjustments will promote a balanced approach to harm minimisation while preserving vital funding for the community groups. Thank you.
Just quickly on TABs, while we have no clear view, we would oppose new standalone TAB premises to be established in the Christchurch district for the same reasons we previously, Janae has highlighted, that is licensed premises with their thorough host responsibility protocols in place can be far better equipped to monitor harm minimisation. Having said that, it's my clear understanding that the TAB have no intention of establishing new standalone premises in this area, and in fact nationwide the TAB's shut down over 100 premises, a mix of both standalone and pub tabs over the last year, so I don't think that is such a concern.
Okay, all good. Councillor Harrison-Hunt, please.
Kia ora. Thanks for coming in. You were talking about the policy potentially restricting effective harm minimisation strategies. Can you define what you mean by effective harm minimisation strategies and how you may do it?
So with the new harm minimisation policies that are in place on sites at the moment, it's fairly strict. There's a lot of recording who's in the gaming room, how long they've been there. We're sweeping the room every 20 minutes, but when people, like if they can't access those gaming machines, our understanding is that they're likely to go online gambling, where there is none of that policy in place, so we can't manage those problem gamblers as well and effectively as what we might in our sites.
And who enforces the monitoring of those gamblers?
Staff.
Our staff do, but we're regulated by DIA as well, so they inspect our reporting.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for that. So just following on, so in summary, is that you believe that it's just better for people to be there and monitored than to not be there, so spending the money in person, if you like, rather than online, and that there's lower harm there.
Yeah, they're better to be in a monitored, controlled environment, in the same way that drinkers are, where we can identify and assist them if required. As Janae said, it's simply going to push them to other forms of gaming. They're not going to stop gaming. I mean, putting problem gamblers in perspective, the 0.02 of 1% of gamblers are identified as problem gamblers. Those people, we all have a collective responsibility to identify and assist those people. We get that 100%. But those people have a problem. They're not going to stop gambling because they're turned away, whatever. They have a problem. So they're far better to be where we can keep an eye on them. We as we say, every 20 minutes we have an obligation to go through and sweep the gaming rooms. We have to monitor how many withdrawals occur out of our ATM machines, and if it's more than 2, we have to intervene and ask some questions. which is not easy, especially for our staff to do. So they're better to be in an environment where we can monitor that than push them to unmonitored circumstances like online gaming.
Okay, so but we're not currently talking about changing the policy to make fewer machines. It's just whether they can relocate or not. So is it your understanding the main arguments are around relocation now that
and the sinking lid, yeah.
Yeah, but that's already in place.
It is already in place.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what we're
So not-
suggesting is a capped option so that it doesn't continue to reduce so far.
Yeah.
So that we're still then able to get the benefit of the grants and community funding
Okay.
that comes from those gaming machines while still having people gaming in a regulated environment.
So the figure that was expressed earlier around some businesses getting about 40% of their income from the gambling machines, do you think that that would be roughly what, common?
I can't speak on that. I don't have the figures. Would you know, Marty?
No.
No, sorry.
No.
Without
So-
actually looking at it, I wouldn't know what those figures are.
And I get your position on the sort of the community funding, but if the machines weren't in place, gathering that money from the community and redistributing it through the trust into the community groups, that money would still be in the community. In fact, more of it would be in the community than otherwise. Is that right?
Well,
arguably, people might gamble online, so therefore, no, it would be going offshore.
Well, it'll be in the community. You're saying they'll be in their pocket as opposed to being distributed. But those
that's right.
those people aren't going to give that money to the sort of ventures that Leslie identified. They're not. They might have the money in their pocket, but they're not going to give it to Punawai or any of these other wonderful ventures that are funded through this model. I mean, this is the current gaming model is very successful. It's hugely successful. It's the envy of a lot of places around the world, even in Australia. It's effectively, it gives hotels an essential part of their gaming mix, their entertainment mix, along with big screen TVs to watch Sky, TABs, etc. It provides some income, which is useful, absolutely. It's really good, and it generates currently, as Mike said, 350 million to the community. The system is the envy of a lot of places. It's not broken. It's a great model.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's interesting. That's why I let it go on and have these questions. So thank you very much for coming in. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. So next we will hear from Ray. Yes, he's online. Who will also, this is the last one speaking on item 12, and he's on Zoom. Greetings, Ray.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, just wanted to acknowledge the chair and the rest of the council members for giving us this opportunity to speak at this board meeting. Thank you, Katie, as well, for being also with the comms and making the process run so smoothly. My name is Ray. I'm proudly representing Mapumaya. This morning, we are focused on minimizing and preventing gambling harm within our Pacific communities, but also other ethnic groups within our communities. Apologies for speaking through a screen. Today, I'm based here in Auckland at our headquarters, but we have a lovely team in Christchurch who couldn't be present today. So, yeah, I was going to do a whole spiel about item 12, but I think everyone present is already experts on this by the time I finish. So, just wanted to acknowledge everyone that's spoken before myself about item 12. Really do ahi and try to support everything that they've said. But just wanted to point out what Hebi Gibson from Te Whatuora said. We do support the rollover Siki lid policy, but we also see that there's weaknesses, and that one that we would like to point out is merging of two or more corporate societies. This method will lead to the development of a major hub that will escalate participation in gambling harm, thus resulting in adverse effects on the communities. Further explanation on this is advised to comprehend the repercussions on protocol and criteria. We also recommend further clarification as necessary to understand the implications for this procedure and standards for Clause 2 of your guys of the Christchurch gambling policy. But yes, on behalf of Mapumaya, we just wanted to thank you, Chair, and the Council for giving us a platform to submit. It's the review earlier this year. We really do hope our feedback turns into actions in the near future. Everything we've stated and recommended in that policy submission are purely the voices of our communities. So when the opportunity was given to us to submit into this review, you also gave our Pacific communities a voice. So we're more than happy to work alongside the Council to support with Pacific engagement, community engagement. We understand the Pacific community is small in Christchurch, but it is rapidly growing. So we are more than happy to collaborate with the council. But yeah, just wanted to hop in and say thank you team. That's it from me. Happy to answer any questions from the floor.
Thank you, Ray, for making the effort. Have we got any Councillor Harrison Hunt?
You'd think I've got an interest in this item for some reason. Mama, brother, I just wanted to ask around the Māori and Pacifica communities specifically. There was an issue quite a few years ago in the East where there was quite an exorbitant amount of TAB facilities, level 4 gambling facilities, and short-term loans. Now, there is a wider issue here, but I wanted to ask you about the numbers of the representation of Māori and Pacifica in comparison to the wider statistics. Would you be able to give us an overview of what that looks like for our Pacifica community?
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to give you like evidence, like exact number, but obviously we know that gambling doesn't discriminate; it affects all ethnic groups, but it does disproportionately affect our minority ethnic groups, Māori, Pacific, Asian. Just to point out a few, but I'd say the magnitude of the impact is more magnified within our small ethnic groups when it comes to gambling harm.
So you're saying they're overrepresented by the numbers?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, for sure.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, that's well done, Ray. That's the end of the question. So thank you for making the effort to come on.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, bud. Okay, so now we will move on to item 13, discussion. And I'd just like to acknowledge Dr. Megan Woods, MP for Wigram, who's sitting. Thanks for coming along. Right, we'll hear now from Mike Mora on behalf of Greater Hornby Residents Association, who will speak regarding Gilberthorpe's Road and future issues and options. Haven't seen you for ages, mate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Derek Phelps, who is the chair of the Greater Hornby Residents Association, is going to join with me because we were both putting a submission in, and then we were informed that only one of us could make our submission. So this is the one that I wrote out, but Derek's going to join me in presenting that today. So, and really pleased to see Megan Woods here with us today as well, supporting us here, and that's very encouraging. And I'm presenting this today to plead with you today to give the community more time on this important matter. Around 28 years ago, the community board carried out a community needs assessment done by our board staff member Penelope Goldstone, and I see Penelope's here in our midst today. Hi Penelope. Was that time about right? 28 years ago? Sounds to me. Okay. And that was that report showed the need for a multicultural centre and other needs in the Hornby High Broomfield area. The property was purchased for and set up as Te Whare Ngā Whetū. Excuse my spelling. But anyway, and that's the House of the Stars, House of Stars. And a Maori lady, Mrs. Winnie Heppy, was employed to run the centre. And it was later taken over by the Maori Women's Welfare League. And that seemed to be a quite an insular organisation to us in Hornby, and it was dealing with more citywide activities, of course, with the Maori Women's Welfare League. And then it came as a surprise to us when we found out that they'd left the premises and it was just sitting vacant. So that was when we really started to wonder what was happening there. And it was later, Ross Holliston, the late Ross Holliston, I'd like to remember him here today because he'd done a lot of work on this as well. And those hoardings that you can see behind us, him and I put on the fence around that property. And I went down last night in the rain and took them down and brought them in here today. So thanks, Ross, for the work that you've done on that to try and save this area for our community. You agree with me, Derek?
I certainly do.
I mean, we all remember Ross, who passed away earlier this year, and who done a lot of work towards this, and very passionate man, as you all know. Thank you, Kerry. During this time that we sort of waited, we know there was a little fire on the property, which didn't amount to much. It was only a small toilet block area, which is easily
bit more than that, yeah.
Which is fairly easily fixed. I mean, it wasn't major, but it certainly doesn't sort of warrant demolishing the whole place and having like 30 or 40 homes built on it, which is only going to increase the problem with the infrastructure in that area.
And also during that time, after that fire, and part of that building's been demolished now anyway, but you must know the history of that anyway, because it's an old barracks blocks from Burnham that I used to live in those jolly things in the middle of winter out there. But anyway, that was they were put there, and we've also when we found out and were hoping there were some buildings being demolished in the Hornby area, and Ross Holliston and I spoke to the demolition contractors, and we retrieved some heat pumps and equipment from there for this site, because the heat pumps had been stolen by somebody else from the 151153 Gilberthorpe Road. So anyway, that was something that that Ross was quite passionate about anyway. But so at this point, Derek, we're looking at not selling it at this point in time, and we must look into the growing needs of the area. In the last 15 to 20 years, it has grown since that property was bought in the first place. It's grown, and the needs are growing more and more and more at this point in time. And we're going to hear today from a lot of other groups, aren't we, Derek?
That is true. I mean, we've had groups talking to us that would like to use it, such as Hornby Men's Shed.
Yes.
Granny's Food Runs. The Philippines Church and some other churches would also like to use the property. Gilberthorpe School would like to use part of it at times. Tongan Youth Trust, as you all know, has had interest in it. GHRA would also move into an office there, have storage space, and use its facilities quite regularly. Hornby Toy Library would like to move its premises from the old Sockburn school site, where it has been for a long time, to the 151153 property. Also talking to Kerry Ewing this morning, who says that with their longitudinal care programs, that they need to have a satellite centre. And 151153 Gilberthorpe's would be an ideal spot to be able to rent or lease some space off the current owners, which hopefully that you'll allow that to go along with the current proposals that are being put in front of you.
Okay, how are we going, gentlemen?
That's really it. I've just and I've put down here, is there any questions? But it looks like we might be out of time for questions. But what I'm pleading with you to do today is to seriously consider this. It's not going to be sold at all, as far as we're concerned, because there is needs for it. So I hope you listen to the other presenters on this as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and plead with you today. Thank you.
Thanks for
Sounding
coming.
it would be a short-term solution to a long-term problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got Kerry Ewing, who's also talking about item 13. Morning, mate.
Thank you. It has been
Really good to just see the local democracy in action this morning. I can't help but add a reflection that if we were to support the likes of Upstream, we may resolve some of the community funding challenges or reliance on pokey machines, but that's not the reason I'm here. 151 Gilberthorpe's Road, sits right in the middle of Hey Hey and the Broomfield communities. They are both communities of high social deprivation. I head up a community trust that's worked in that area for the last 35 years, and we know that from both our experience and from the council's own reporting. There's currently very low social infrastructure across those communities. There are no sports clubs. There is one small church that I think is operating in that space. And the main point I would make is that once that site is gone, it's gone. There is a loss of potential and opportunity for the community to be able to make use of that space to serve the community in the ways that it is. So we come simply to encourage the council to give consideration to any community-led organisation that is putting their hands up to take ownership and control over that space so that we can secure the longer term potential and opportunity that exists for the community. And again, as I say, once that's gone, I can't foresee how a property and a location there will ever be present again. For ourselves, Derek is right, currently our current space is full. And it is a location that we would consider into the future for future expansion as a satellite office. It is not something I can commit to today, but it is certainly a location we would look favourably upon into the future. Thank you.
Okay, have we got any questions? Thank you very much for coming in. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, for Menshed, please.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk this morning. Although I'm from Hornby Menshed, we have been the lead organisation in one of the submissions for the use of 151, 153 Gilberthorpe Road, and we've put a proposal to council on behalf of the Menshed, Tongan Youth Trust, Fiji Social Services and Greater Hornby Residents Association to jointly use the site. The intention is that we would actually form a trust from those organisations and potentially other organisations such as the Filipino Church, who you'll hear from shortly, to run that site. The site was originally bought by the council under the Public Works Act for community purposes. Now those community purposes have not gone away, as Mike has talked about and as Kerry has talked about. The community is actually bigger, and the way Kāingaroa are throwing up multi-dwelling units, it's going to get a lot bigger yet. The community still has high levels of social deprivation, and it's a very ethnically diverse community, and I suspect getting more ethnically diverse. The long-term plan of the council scheduled the site for disposal. That was based on the assumption that there was no community need for it. Yes, the current community user group had moved out, but that assumption was wrong, as shown by the fact that we've got the groups now working very hard to retain that site, and we have a need for it. Our proposal to the council was actually for the council to sell. We didn't want to take the whole thing, we went too greedy, was to sell 153, which is on a separate title, and use part of the proceeds they would get from that sale to cover the demolition of the old barracks block, putting up some fences and related subdivision costs. It would still leave the council with some money. 151 would be retained for the community purposes. The staff report shows a discounted cash flow based on our option of a net present value of minus $478,000. That's effectively saying that there's an opportunity cost for the council of not selling 151 and us retaining it. We'll skip that slide. Risk to the council is a big concern, but I've got to say, what are you really afraid of? The worst case scenario is you let us take it over, we spend 5 years trying to make the money to do the upgrades, and we don't get it. You take the site back from us. Yes, maybe the building has deteriorated in the 5 years because we haven't been able to do anything to it. So what? You're going to bowl it anyway or sell it as is for demolition. So the worst loss for the council is you've put off 5 years of being able to sell it. But that's not going to happen. Within the men's shed, we have several members who've been involved in running capital projects in the multi-million-dollar range. We have experienced property manager. We also have several tradespeople just within the men's shed. Peter Hay will talk shortly about the Filipino church and the huge resources they have in terms of trade staff who are able to do work. So we are going to be reliant to a large extent on grant funding, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but we are going to be able to do a large part of the work ourselves at considerably reduced costs. Yes, we will be dependent on grant funding. We have already met with Rata and Lotteries, who are two of the biggest funders around. At this stage, they're not in a position to make any commitment to us for funding, but they've both said that the idea of a cooperation between different groups is the kind of thing they're very keen on. Not just one group working on a site, but a number of groups working together. They're very keen on that. They're also very enthusiastic about the fact that we're going to be working with young people, particularly through the likes of Tongan Youth Trust and Fiji Social Services, have a strong emphasis on young people. And the men's shed at the other end of the spectrum, very strong emphasis on older people. And those are groups that those funders are very keen to support. Timeframe and costs are a bit of an issue. The council staff are concerned that it would take quite some time from before we were able to use the site. We have a few issues around that, and we have had some discussions with that about things like, do we need resource consent before we can actually start using the site? Our understanding is that it's currently zoned, I think, suburban residential, that under that there is limited use for places of assembly and places of worship, with some restrictions on ours. That would mean that the likes of the Filipino Church, Tongan Youth Trust, Fiji Social Services could begin operations pretty well straight away without a resource consent. Men's shed running a workshop, a little bit of an issue, and certainly longer term, in fact, not even long term, but in a slightly longer time frame, we would be looking to get a resource consent, and we'd almost certainly need that to run the workshop. There's also some concern about how much upgrade work do we need to do before we can actually use the building. We're not worried about the barracks block, that's gone. We're just worried about the hall and building other buildings on the site. But to take over the hall, yeah, we accept that the toilets probably need a complete rebuild. And again, Peter will talk about the Filipino church and their ability to do that. But things like double glazing and insulation, yeah, great long-term things, but do we need to do those before we move in? Because at the moment, council staff are saying that we do, but yeah, we've got some questions about that. Okay.
Here we go, mate.
I think we're actually out of time.
I think we are. Yeah. Have you got long to go?
About 30 seconds, if that.
Good, great.
Okay.
Great.
The council staff report included a map that showed 30 facilities roughly in a 2 kilometre zone of the site. Not really all that helpful. We've been looking for 3 years to find somewhere that's suitable for us. Now, the map shows that quite a number of facilities, and there's plenty of halls that could be hired if you just want a hall. We don't want a hall. Men's shed want a workshop. Noisy machinery. Well, machinery, yeah. And Tongan Youth Trust, Fiji Social Services, potentially Te Whare Awhero, they're looking for office space, not just a meeting hall. So, yeah, alternatives are not really there. Okay, thanks very much for your time.
Could I kindly request, Mr. Mayor, for a little bit of extra time for questions?
We've already had lots, but carry on.
Yeah, because they're going to be involved in mostly our colleagues' amendment potentially, but also option 2. Be cool to just ask them face to face, if that's all right. But I was actually wanting to talk about the benefits of the men's shed and also the multiple community groups. But not only is there a social return on investment, there's actually a financial one, particularly the men's shed setting up picnic tables, benches that can save council quite a lot of money too. Would you be able to elaborate a bit more on that?
Okay, just to clarify, men's shed exists primarily for the benefit of the men. Basically, I think I might have put in my original report that it's grumpy old men getting together and working on projects, and by doing that they become a little bit less grumpy. But having said that, we do community work. Part of our focus is doing projects for the community. At the moment, we're doing a couple of things. We're working with Te Whare Awhero, and we're building garden planter boxes for their garden projects to get people growing veggies. They're also sponsoring us to run a woodwork program once a week in Gilberthorpe Primary School. They've asked us if we could do the same thing at Hornby School, but we don't have the resources at the moment because we're just it'll be a lot easier to get more people involved if we have a base to work from.
Thank you.
We've also looked at doing picnic tables for Templeton School, in discussion with them at the moment. So we are interested in doing those other kinds of projects, as you say, picnic tables, that kind of thing around the place. Certainly. Yep.
Thank you, Brian. They're good answers. So thank you very much for coming and doing your presentation. Brilliant. Okay, so Satali, please, is also about item 13.
I promise I won't be that long.
No, you're right. No, you.
But we're just so passionate, that's why. So, talofa lava. I'll read my deputation. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to show support that this property remains with the Hornby community and that you consider the Hornby men's shed proposal. I, along with others here, have supported the Hornby men's shed and groups from the very beginning, and what I observed was their passion, excitement, their need for a home, and it was great to see the collaboration between the different groups coming together for the common goal to save this property. The dream was alive and it was great to witness, sometimes challenging, but the hope was always there to achieve what the building was always intended for, a multicultural centre. So here we are, back again, and yes, the property has been in limbo, and thank you for supporting the notice of motion to allow time for the proposals. And I want to congratulate the Tongan Youth Trust and Hornby Men's Shed for persevering through this process. It was new and unfamiliar. Now, I can appreciate the awesome facilities, the upgrades received in our community, and again, thank you. And I want to add that on the ground, we see the increase in housing with new builds on Gilberthorpe's Road, as well as the intensification yet to come to the wider Hornby area. So we understand how valuable community spaces are for future generations, and especially for the Hornby groups who service the greater Hornby area. Now, I have a different view on the number of facilities available, as Brian shared, because if that was the case, we would not be here. And we've also, starting to hear more about the Filipino, and there's other churches as well, looking for space as well. So my interpretation of the Community Facilities Network Plan 2020 is that of the 5 priorities, we could potentially answer yes to 2 of them. Number 1, the property never really was operated as it was envisioned. And number 2, at the time, there was an unmet need. Groups were looking for a suitable space. Therefore, my feeling is that the rationale for disposal was never met. Yes, financial stability and capability is important, and I understand due diligence is necessary to ensure a successful transaction for ongoing success. Now, I'm wondering here, is there room for some tweaking? And in closing, I urge you all to reconsider the proposal from the Hornby Men's Shed. Are there other opportunities to explore that will satisfy all parties concerned? I would also encourage that all groups are looked after in a timely manner. It's not over yet, and we continue to hope that you have all heard our voices. Community spaces are valuable. Our area is increasing, and we do not want to lose this property. As you've heard, and as Kerry was saying, once it's gone, and we understand that. So I hope you all make the right decision. Kia ora. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. We have got time for questions.
Yeah.
But we've worn ourselves out. Like, all right. Why did I say that? Councillor Scandrett and then Councillor Peters.
Thank you. Just one of the kind of undercurrents of today has been funding, everything that's been presented. So with such strong commitment and passion from your community with so many groups, could the council expect that you guys could safely find funding for much of the work that's needed collectively? So you've got, through the Filipino community, you're saying that groups are saying that there's tradespeople left, right and centre, there's the men's shed with your expertise and others, yourselves. Is that some, because we as an organisation, and I know that the men's shed have been to Rata, but Rata have changed and kind of restricted their funding to many groups. So I'm just wondering, do you feel confident that you can find a lot of funding yourselves?
Yeah.
It's a question we're asking a lot of groups.
Yeah. And I'm going to say absolutely yes.
Great.
Someone's going to win the lotto over the weekend. No,
Brilliant.
Yeah, but seriously, I think it's, it's
Right.
really like we're hearing new things. Is there an opportunity to then kind of check out these other groups for the funding? We haven't had that opportunity to really get into the community, and there's a lot of hands on deck that are all keen to get the work done at a lower cost at the rates that was given to the groups.
Thank you. And Councillor Peters, because I know you're passionate, and then we'll get on to the last one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So you as the activator in the Hornby community would know better than anybody the need. So I'm sure you can support any number of these groups in their request. That'd be fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. I see the awesome work that these guys do on the ground. So that's the key here. They're actually seeing the people. So, and in our community. So how great would it be, to strengthen a community? Had to Hornby for Hornby is what we've kind of followed all the way through. So
and with that, I'm sure you've already voiced the abilities of the groups. So you're more than confident that the men's shed and the other groups can.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the great thing of seeing it in the start, was seeing these different groups that you don't normally see come together, and then they're actually thriving together, making decisions. Yes, you can still have support along the way, but maybe that's where you guys come in to really empower them to know exactly what avenues they need to take to make this work. And as you can see, the passion that everyone's keen to get it over the line.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so lastly we have Pastor Peter Hay, please.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, kia ora, and councillors, delighted to be here this morning. Thank you for your time you've given to the two previous submissions, and now I speak on behalf of the Filipino Church. I've been a minister for 35 years, a minister of religion with the Baptist group, and the Filipino Church, they're all hard workers. All their board members are working this morning, so they've asked me to speak on their behalf. I've listened very carefully to the men's shed and the Greater Hornby Residents Association submissions for the use and acquisition of Gilbert Thorpe's Road. I want to thank Matthew Pratt, Councillor Peters and Katie Matthias for the support you've given in this preparation of deputation. Now, will I be able to have the 7 slides on screen one at a time now, and I'll speak briefly to each one. Oh yes, that's not the first one. Can you go back? That's it. Yep. Now that's the name of the church I represent. It's a very slick sign. It's on the face of the building in the corner of Gilbert Thorpe's and Waterloo Roads. They've been there for the last 10 years. I bought the building 19 years ago from a gift, and they're now being told you no longer have a building. You have to leave by Christmas. 3 months' time. The building has been sold. Next, thank you. This is the a picture of one of the key elders leading the worship in this church, and he's got a drummer and another guitarist and 4 singers. He's very passionate about singing, as are many Filipinos. Thank you. That's one side of the church, and you might notice that there's a beam painted purple. That's the Filipino colours, and they've got their flags en masse at the back of to the right of that beam. Thank you. Next would be, yep, and that's the other side of this Filipino church congregation, who are very, very, very passionate about having the building which is on the proposed site of 151. Next, thank you. Yeah, that's the old building that they worship in. That's the one that's been sold, and now they have to find alternative accommodation as soon as possible. Next one, thank you. And there's a slick people mover van. Anything they do is of excellence in terms of nature. And finally, the next one, or second last one, that's the pastor who works for Isaac Construction, and he moves the heaviest equipment and has been given a certificate of excellence as he is with the pastor. Next, thank you. And this is a photograph of the board that I took on Saturday. Now, they all have smiling faces. I'm sure you can see that on your screen, but so you won't need to see a paper one here. That board of 12 people consists of 5 builders and a building manager. So half of the board are builders. And look at the smiling faces, because when I asked them, would you be able to replace the now defunct toilet block at the back of the building? And they laughed at me. Would you be able to do all the maintenance work in the hall and any other particular building? And they're laughing at me, the 6 builders. It's just so easy. They're all averaged of 45 years of age, being in the building industry for the last 20 odd years. So they are so passionate about getting this building here, which the council bought from the Presbyterian Church, and in the late 1990s, at which they were very grateful you bought it. But could it be returned to a place of worship, the very purpose for which that hall was built? So I put it to the meeting today. There'll be no cost whatsoever in the replacing of the toilet block. There'll be no cost to the council whatever by all the maintenance that's required by those 5 builders and building engineer. No cost to the council if you allow these 6 parties, I counted 6 different groups who are ready and willing to use. And my final thoughts, I've got 10 seconds to go, Mr. Mayor, and my final thought is this. I submit to the council you make a decision today that half of the land, and it can be subdivided, half of the land is sold off, and the council can secure some much needed finances, and the other half is for the 6 submitters who are very passionate about using these buildings. And that is my case, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions if there's time?
You need to go on a Law and Order TV program. Councillor Henstock, please.
Thank you very much for your passionate presentation. I see that if you preach like that to your congregation, then your numbers will increase. The staff have made it quite clear in their report that the community proposals that they've received in the last 6 months do not provide for sustainable, financially viable, no-cost to ratepayer solutions. Mm-hmm. If you were given further time, could you achieve that?
Thank you. It's a very, very good question. The men's shed have $10,000 surplus cash in hand. Scots people love that. The Filipino church have $40,000 cash on hand in a building fund. They will use every last cent, that's $50,000, for the building material necessary to restructure and maintain the current buildings. And if the council chose to sell off half, that may require a building which is kind of quarter in size or half in size. These builders will put a gable end on that, and the $50,000 would cover the cost of materials, cover the cost of forming a trust, and legal fees. I hope that partly answers your question.
It partly answers the question. I'm more concerned about the sustainable, financially viable business case for the ongoing financial support of the building, rather than the immediate use of the $50,000 that they've got. Because this is one of the issues that staff have said. And I'm interested to know whether, if you were given additional time to pull the business case together and to undertake some fundraising and look for business and community partners, whether you think you could achieve a no cost to the ratepayer solution for the long-term future of the building.
Okay, an additional period of time would be very useful, because they had a church and it's going to be sold in 2 weeks' time. So they have to, that's why I'm here today. It's an urgent request. And I wonder, an extra 3 months that we can put together a properly printed submission to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I just got one question. You want that building and the men's shed want it, or are you fighting it out amongst each other, or what? I'm just trying to...
Can I answer that?
No. We have run out of time, but it's the same building that you're both after, isn't it?
Oh yes, yep. We can easily use that building at the appropriate days of the week. Yes, the Filipinos will use it on Sunday for 5 hours. Yes, they'll use it for meetings on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights, but not during the daytime. So the other groups can use the hall during the daytime, 4 days or 5 days in the week.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in. We've heard a lot of interesting... Oh, sorry, Iana, you had a question. Sorry, mate.
Thank you. I'm just... you had me right up until the end when you said sell off half of the site, and I've heard from previous deputations that this area is growing, that there's high level of community need. Yeah. I just wondered if you'd considered if there was a need for some sort of form of housing for some of these communities that we've heard about today, and whether it might be better for council to look at providing a way in which we could develop with, habitat for humanity or other sort of creative ways of actually putting in something that was beneficial to the community rather than just selling it off to a private developer to, make money.
That sounds very reasonable from here. Are you talking about 151, the two sites? 151, 153, are you saying the whole lot is being used?
Yeah, I mean, when I kind of reflect on what's happened, and it's September 4th, and so we're reflecting on the earthquake, the Filipino workers that came over lived in some of the most appalling housing conditions for so many years while they rebuilt the city. Yeah. The idea of looking at some sort of housing initiative to support the communities in this area, given that they've got skills, they've got talents, you've got the men's shed, seems to me like there could be possibly greater opportunity by retaining the land and looking at some creative partnerships to address the kind of needs that the community had, rather than selling half of it off. But I don't know, I'm not as familiar with the area as you are, and I don't know that community as well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, you want to answer that?
Just one last point. If we could have an extension of 3 months to pursue those thoughts. But I know that the Filipino builders, they can't wait to move, to just get into that building, see the amount of maintenance work required, and then make that commitment 100% at no cost to the council for the materials and for their time.
Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okie doke. That brings us to the end of all of those. So we're going to have a break in about very, very soon after we have done. There are no petitions today, so I'll move on to the confirmation of minutes. And can everyone see all of those? There are some PX ones in there. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 17 and 18. Are we happy to? We've got a mover, Councillor Scandrett.
Jake.
And he's second, well, yeah, and Councillor McClelland. So all of those in favour? Aye, against, thank you, that's carried. And so we'll have a break of 15 minutes and then we'll come back for community boards, and first up is Banks Peninsula. little wait. Now, one thing we do have to be a wee bit careful of going forward, councillors, is because we've got a number of people away at some courses today, if we pop in and out for a coffee or a whatever, we're bordering on not having a quorum. So just be aware of it. If someone's out, don't you go out until they get back, just because it causes Katie grief. Okay.
Do the people online count for quorum?
Yes.
Oh, they do. There's heaps. 3 or 4. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
Katie would know.
moving right along. Okay. Yep. So just going forward on the Gilberthorpe Road thing, on the basis of the new information presented today, the Chief Executive has withdrawn the paper about item 13, and staff will come back with further information on the use of the facility by the Filipino Church, the Men's Shed and others, and this will be done in time for the annual plan. So to save you waiting around for hours, I thought I'd let you know that now. Thank you. Alrighty, so we're into Comboards. So we've got Lynn first.
Kia ora team. It's lovely to see you this morning. It's a bit later than we usually talk, so thanks for that. And there's a bunch to report on today, including 2 pares, so please hang in there with me. There's lots of words. They're important words, but they're words. So, firstly, we have 177 Pura Ave. The Community Board endorsed the proposed engagement approach, which will consider the proposal to transfer 177 Pura Ave to Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki. In making this decision, the Board considered 5 deputations from locals in Diamond Harbour, residents of Purao, a member of the Purao Residents Association, and a representative from Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki. The Board is happy to be serving as the hearings panel for the proposed transfer of 177 Pura Ave to Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki, and we are looking forward to being involved in such an important decision for our community. There is good local interest in this proposal, and we are expecting a decent number of submissions. We also heard feedback on the engagement approach for this project and listened to the community's request to extend the consultation period. We agreed to a longer period that it would allow everyone ample opportunity to consider the proposal and form their responses. The Red House lease. We approved a lease of the Red House property on Takapuniki Reserve for a 2-year residential lease. We recommend that the current tenant remain in place at the Red House under an agreement that includes their continued help to maintain the property and gardens, which they've been doing very well at this to date. The Board was comfortable with the continuation of this arrangement as the significant gardens and landscape areas are being well attended, which would otherwise need to be contracted out. Community Managed Facilities Audit Report. We received an excellent and detailed audit report on 14 of our community managed council facilities on the peninsula. These are much loved and often very old community assets. This report is super crucial in supporting our facility staff, helping them to prioritise their assets within the maintenance plans. It also provides a list of actions required to make the most of these important resources. The Community Development Advisors work closely with the committees, providing support for the activation of them as well. We feel this report is so useful, we have requested an update on the audit report's actions prior to the end of 24 to inform the Board's annual plan 25-26 submission. The hope is that good data and information at the planning stage will translate to good outcomes at the coalface. Always the hope. And our communities seem to be quite inspired by the facilities audit, as we heard deputation from Pigeon Bay Settlers Hall, Akuri Hall committees, Allendale Reserve Committee and Birdlings Flat Community Centre. Recently, we received news that the Kaituna Hall is now under council management. Unfortunately, the reserve group, So you can see the hall right there with the arch windows. Unfortunately, the reserve group were finding it hard to get new members due to a declining local population, and they say they are getting a bit long in the tooth, so there is no capacity to form a trust to care for it. The historic hall building has been added to over the last 100 years, with many celebrations and events celebrated there over the 100 years. Some of the most recent reserve committee members have been serving for 30 odd years. Saying thank you to this group who has given time and cared for this hall for so long is the least we can do. They have our sincere thanks for their service over the years, but thankfully they'll continue to look after the Atahua domain. More decisions made under delegation. So we received minutes from 6 reserve committee meetings, approved an agreement for Akaroa Golf Club to lease land in Duvershall, approved the removal and replacement of trees on Duvershall Showgrounds Reserve, approved strengthening communities fund grants to the value of $173,000, leaving $35,000 available for the DRF for next year, and discretionary funding went to the Summer with Your Neighbours project 24-25, also to Anzac Day commemorations, and $500 to the Diamond Harbour and Surrounds Cat Rescue Group towards desexing costs. Whew, it's been a busy time. We heard public forums from the Little River Walkways Action Group and a local resident of Purau, as well as additional deputations from Purau resident regarding the Diamond Harbour Reserve Committee reserve schedule and Akaroa Golf Club about the proposed agreement of lease. So our 15 reserve committees on Banks Peninsula work with the Parks team to create a triennial plan that identifies their priorities and can be used to report on progress to support submissions to the LTP and annual plan. We received triennial plans from Diamond Harbour and Le Bons Bay reserve committees along with their reserve schedules. These documents define reserves, facilities and assets. They identify local community connections. They recognise user groups, organisations and local runanga with kaitiakitanga of the reserve. And to end with a flourish, Akaroa residents are delighted to have their post service reinstated, operating from the City Council Service Centre, which is very appropriately the Heritage Post Office building. This is a really important service for such an isolated community, and they felt the loss of it deeply over the last few weeks. So this is a huge win for us. Oh, and sorry, that was the last one, but now it's not. This morning I've heard conflicting info about progress on the Coronation Library in Little River. We understood that the project had been tendered and was ready to break ground any day. What I heard from staff this morning is that it still looks like it's out for tender, so the very patient Little River community is wanting clarification around this. It has been breaking ground for months now, so that would be great if we could ask for some clarification for that. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, wonderful presentation, and you certainly haven't been sitting around doing nothing for the last month, have you? Just a question for me, the post office building, which is the post office going back into it, is there much other empty space in there now?
Great question.
Yep, I can respond to that. There's the old mail sorting room, which is being used by Three Waters staff. There is the community boardroom that uses the ground floor space, which together with the customer services desk and post entirely takes the ground floor up.
Great.
And upstairs has just been leased to a community organisation, a local trust, because they want to activate the building and get more community activity in there. It's not easy to use upstairs because there are really old heritage little narrow stairways to get up there, and it's obviously inaccessible, but they're going to have a really good go at doing that.
Oh, it's great to hear, because in the past the council spent quite a few bob doing it up, so it's very good to see that it's being used. Councillor Fields.
Thank you, Your Worship. And what a great outcome for Akaroa, that the post office there, and staff did an absolutely bang-up job there, I have to say, so kudos to them. So just on the Coronation Library, so that was supposed to open last April?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, it's
It's a
seems
long
to be dragging
time.
along.
It's going on a year.
There's a lot of there are a lot of itchy sort of feet and
Yes, I
Little
do
River.
think that the on and offness of it has impacted potentially, feelings about how we work together with our community there as far as City Council. I just think.
I mean, it feels like a credibility issue almost really getting to now, a little bit.
I can't speak personally from them, but it's not good, is it? No.
Okay. All happy, Tyrone? All done? Tyrone.
Great.
Tyrone. All done? You're all done. Well, this is good to hear. Thank you very much. Very good presentation.
Thanks, Tim.
Okie doke. So now we have Spraden Cashmere Heathcote, please. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having us back. Apologies from Kerry's unable to make it today. So we'll get started. So it's been a busy month for us. We've just put up there on the screen just a list of decisions made under delegation by the board at our last meeting. We've had a lot of you heard from the community as well at our last meeting. So the Sumner Community Residents Association and Hub gave us an update on their recent activities and their sort of key areas of interest, and they're doing a huge amount of work out in Sumner. We also had a resident come to us to raise the issue of vandalism of plants in both council property and some private properties around the sort of Scott Park area and around Mount Pleasant. So we've referred that to staff for advice. Really, really concerning and distressing to see, public property and trees being damaged. And we're just waiting for staff to return advice to us on that one. We had a local resident who's interested in returning to, public access and public ownership, a 1898 Benz motor vehicle believed to be the first car ever driven into Sumner. So he came to speak to the board, and his sort of initial plan is he's going to raise money to have the vehicle purchased, and wants to figure out what the best arrangement is with respect to council for its ongoing kind of management, maintenance and display. So that was really interesting and exciting idea. One of our big decisions was pedestrian and bus layover improvements on Wakefield Ave near Somervale Drive. That was obviously balancing a lot of different priorities in order to ensure that we have an effective public transport system. And it really highlighted, the benefits of moving towards electric buses. A lot of the frustration with the bus layover that exists there is down to noise, and so we think moving to electric buses ultimately is going to be a win-win-win, and we can't wait to see that happen. Obviously, that's not a CCC decision to make, but we're raising that with ECAN as well. The impact on our local communities in certain spots. Strengthening communities funding. So. Our board's just really proud to support a range of projects and groups that deliver incredible outcomes for the community. So some of the projects we funded included projects for river health, community safety, wellbeing and resilience, sport and recreation, and mental health. And if we go next, cool, Better Off Fund. So this one's really exciting. On the right, we have a picture of a half court. So this is the kind of facility that's going to be being installed at Cornelius O'Connor Reserve. For those of you who know where Manuka Cottage's new facility is in Addington. In some ways it's a small project, but it's one that's really, really important to the community. It was an idea that, that came directly from the youth in our community. These were boys between years 7 and 10. They came to present to the board. Some of them were really nervous. It was their first time in that kind of setting, and actually, I'm really, really proud that as a council we're able to support them and their ambitions. This is going to put a basketball court in a place where a lot of kids can access it without having to cross any major roads, and it's next to a playground and other really key community facilities. So it just it's good for everyone, I think. The other one is the Summerfield Community Centre. Renovations are complete. That's actually an old photo. It's about 3 years old. On Saturday, 28th of September, there'll be a Celebrate Summerfield event taking place, and just an opportunity for everyone to to be invited into that new refurbished space and see the activities that kind of take place there, encourage activation of the facility. And the way that relates to Better Off funding is that we've funded the refurb, a lot of new furnishing for that building out of our fund, and that's going to arrive later in the year. And finally, as is tradition, I'll talk about the South Library. So we've had a design update from the team, which was really exciting. The walkthrough, which is a video walkthrough of a 3D rendering of the facility, is available on the CCC website if anyone's interested to go and look at it. But yeah, we had the opportunity to be sort of walked and talked through all the different design features, and it's really wonderful to see the vision coming to life and building that connection in with the river. And there's a really awesome cultural narrative that's tied in there as well, which I will not be able to do justice in 5 seconds, so I won't attempt that. But there's more information available on the website as well. And that's all we've got to say today. Any questions?
Councillor Skendrick.
Not so much a question, but I just want to highlight the teamwork of council with Cornelius O'Connor Reserve. Prior to Manuka Cottage going there, it was a bit, the local community were concerned about safety and SIP-TED, etc., so it wasn't used as it should be, and it had a playground that was not used. Moving Manuka Cottage there, our staff had such vision. Now we've got young people coming. The new playground, which Andrew and his team put in there, is fully used because it's oversight from Manuka Cottage, and now the young from the housing complex and the community are coming and saying they want to use it. So this is a great success story for our community. So it's not even my community, it's not an election year, but it is absolutely fantastic and wonderful to be part of. And the car that you mentioned was technically the first boy racer, girl racer, because it was one of the 2 cars that had a drag race across the causeway, probably the first drag race in Christchurch, and they got to the stunning speed of 16 miles an hour. Just saying.
Beginning a cultural tradition which continues to this day.
Councillor Johansson, please.
Yeah, thank you for your update. I was just wondering, some time ago you came to council with a request that we look at doing a sort of pilot project to cater for the increased intensification and growth and what that was doing in local neighbourhoods. And I'm just wondering if there's been any progress on that, or if there's anything that we can do. I think the reason for asking is that I've got the same pressures in my ward, and it did seem like an eminently sensible thing to do.
So the board engaged with the University of Canterbury. So there was a group of graduate students who actually conducted a study about the densification that's happening in our ward area. I don't, off the top of my head, know where that can be accessed, that information. I can find that out for you. But it was really, really interesting that they really actually, I think what it was for us is it gave us hard data which really confirmed the story that we'd all been telling ourselves about what was happening in our neighbourhood. They were able to map out access to playgrounds, access to green space, and how that was changing. So I can provide more info about that.
Thank you, Yanni. One thing I'll say before Councillor McClellan has his very short question. When I went over there with Councillor Templeton, we looked around different places over there, and Sarah, you tell me, where's that bus stop thing that's
the old tram stop on Nayland Street that has been sitting there broken and fenced off since the earthquakes with zero plan to fix it.
Because when we went there, the story I heard was, it's going to take a lot of effort because the hill behind it has got geotech problems. I actually talked to the people who are building a house on that hill, and they were surprised to hear geotech problems because they've just got them all so they can build their house there. So it might not be as bad as what we think, and we might be able to get that fixed because it's just another reminder of what happened that long ago.
Would the builders give us the geotech?
I mean, the original estimate was 50,000 to get it done, but there is no plan. It's not on anyone's work program. And it's just sitting there fenced off and accumulating.
But the geotech problem, I don't think is as bad as what I've been told. Okay? Rightio.
I was just going to ask, could you circulate that link? I had a look for it and I couldn't find
to the library or to the report?
No, to the video walkthrough.
The video walkthrough, Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So
We'll find it. We'll find it.
we'll find it. Okay, so we have Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood, please. Howdy doody.
It's almost good afternoon, but good morning,
Yes.
everybody. So, decisions made under delegation, as you can see on the board: strengthening communities funding, board projects, tree planting, and a couple of reserves, some safety improvements, easement for fibre at Avonhead Park, and some better off funding applications. Then it has been great to see an increase in number of people participating in our public forum and taking the opportunity to do deputations to the board regarding specific projects. It has been particularly nice to have young students from 2 local primary schools come along to speak to the board about council projects in their area recently. We also had 10 deputations at our last meeting regarding the proposed traffic safety improvements on Glandover and Idris roads. After hearing from the residents, the board let the report lie on the table in order for staff to consider some alternative options that address some of the concerns raised by those residents. It was also good to have our new local MP, Hamish Campbell, come along and introduce himself to the board, and he expressed a keen desire to work together with the board on issues affecting our local residents.
So the Hartley Ave pedestrian overbridge in Strowan was recently closed due to safety concerns relating to the condition of the bridge. In particular, the handrails, which were loose and proposed a risk of falling onto the tracks. The bridge is vital for many local families, providing a safe route for students and parents to and from Waimauri School each day, as well as many local residents. After negotiations with council staff and other parties involved, it has been agreed that the cost of the repairs will be shared 50-50 between the council and the Ministry of Education. A big thank you to Senior Engineer Chang Lui from our asset management team for facilitating this outcome. The work has been completed and the bridge reopened to the public on 23rd of August. By working together, we are ensuring this link is maintained and improved, enhancing safety and connectivity for all.
At the end of June, the first on-site meeting of the Community Advisory Group for the Nature Play Space at Englefield Reserve was held. Those present included the Local Residents Association, community group representatives from Northwood and Belfast, along with the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust, a nature play consultant, council play advocate and local community development advisor, Natalie Daly. Discussions took place around childhood memories of fun play, and the group had a look through the available space. Some examples of nature play spaces were shown, which generated some great discussion. In July, 15 tamariki aged between 10 and 13 from the Belfast area did some on-site investigations, and engagement told us what they wanted to see in the space. They all enjoyed playing in the area. 3 of them decided to spend most of their time fishing rubbish out of the creek. They also remade a makeshift bridge across the stream, found good hiding places and played tag. There were heaps of great suggestions put forward by the group, which have been put into the information to create the initial design. 2 more youth engagement events will be held over the next few months.
So on the 23rd of July, our community development advisors, Natalie and Karen, hosted a workshop with key community stakeholders to look at some of the challenges facing young people in the Brynwood area. Attendees included community board members, government representatives, public health officials, local principals, youth workers, and representatives from various community organisations. Discussions highlighted key concerns such as a lack of positive role models, social disconnection, and insufficient support systems for youth. Challenges faced by youth organisations were also discussed, including funding constraints, difficulties in recruiting suitable youth workers, and adapting to evolving government regulations. Participants identified several gaps, including the need for safe spaces for youth, improved community connections, and more inclusive youth design programs. The group emphasised the importance of involving youth in program design and exploring successful models from other community projects. The next steps include researching community needs, learning from examples in other areas, and continuing to gather feedback from local youth to guide further efforts. And still me again, so thanks to the collective efforts of the Burnside Brynwood Community Network, Christchurch City Council, Merceda Consultants and local community and sports groups, the inaugural Burnside Community Directory has been completed. It has now been delivered by volunteers to nearly 3,500 households in Burnside. The initiative originated from social research conducted in 2022, highlighting that many Burnside residents were keen to get out and about but weren't aware of local activities and resources, and some had limited access to the internet. The primary goal of the Burnside Community Directory is to celebrate the vibrant community life of Burnside by curating a comprehensive list of local activities and services. We're also planning to move the directory to an online platform.
Lastly, for us, some of you may recall the Avonhead Russley Safety Initiative that our board undertook a couple of years ago. Part of that project included the development of a community safety information fold-out that was delivered to all the households in that area. Feedback was extremely positive and generated a lot of interest from other suburbs in the board area. As a result of this feedback, we have now turned it into an information fold-out which is generic across the whole board area and is now being distributed throughout all suburbs. If other board areas are keen to look at something similar, but tailored to the area, our local community governance team is happy to provide the template and any other help you may need. Thank you very much.
Right, I've got just one wee thing to say. A street that's just down the road from me, which is in your area, is Westmont Street. Now, if you ever want to see, anyone wants to see the wrong tree in the wrong place, go down and have a look at the damage that's done to the curb and channel all the way along the street. Now, I've got a confession to make. I built the subdivision for my grandfather 45 years ago, and I probably planted the bloody trees there in the first place. But we're not losing sight of it. I know the residents down there are getting quite upset because the trees in the worst possible place. The tree has lifted the curb and channel 200 millimetres. So in between where the driveways are, fills up with water and gets ice, and it's absolutely not flush. So staff are working on that to see how we can overcome, either take them out, put the right ones in. But the sad thing about it is they're very nice trees, but they're the wrong ones.
Where was that again, Your Worship?
Eh?
Where was that again?
Westmont Street.
Westmont. I'll go
Go
there
and have a
after
look.
this.
Go and have a look. Thank you very much.
Thanks, team.
Righty-ho. Papua Inner Central, please. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. As usual, we're just going to give you a quick rundown on what's been happening in our board area over the past month. So at our August meeting, we had a couple of public forum presentations. The first requesting a small dog park in Fortune Playground Park, and the second from a resident who has been living with noise pollution from neighbouring construction projects for the past 4 years. She's been dealing with council staff over that time about the issue, but came to us asking for changes to be made to the existing limits. We've been in touch with our local MP on her behalf, as the standards are set by the government. Additional tolerance over and above the district plan is provided when assessing what is considered excessive noise from a construction site. In this particular instance, the noise is exacerbated by the length of time the resident has been dealing with the construction noise. Council's noise control staff have been dealing with the resident but are limited as to what they can do by the relevant national standards. At that meeting, we also approved some short-term parking restrictions on North Avon Road, as well as dealing with our Strengthening Communities funding for the year. We granted just over $200,000 to 36 community groups and organisations, on top of the $392,000 multi-year funding we had already committed to 16 other groups. All of these groups are doing such amazing work in our community, so it's great to be able to support them in this way. We also set up our board project fund for the year and funded some replacement community seating at St Paul's Anglican Parish, Papanui.
We Are Richmond have now held 2 community mural painting sessions to contribute to the revitalisation of Petrie Park. The former bowling green at Petrie Park is in the process of being converted into community space, and the murals feature local dogs that use that park. The concept there in that space is urban forest with dog-friendly and nature play elements as well.
Here are some photos showing the latest planting days at Lancaster Park, one with the community and another for park staff, plus some other staff and elected members you can see there.
Some random.
The park is looking great with all the new planting and is a well-used space for the local community.
You haven't got the pictures of the lawnmower racing.
I'm sure those trees are in the right place, Mr. Mayor, too. The board continues to support the community in the McFarlane Park area in Shirley, including by funding a new smart bin at the adjacent to the basketball court and play space there. And also we have funded a CEPTED review, a crime prevention through environmental design review of that park. Those are both supported by our Better Off funding. And we've had some really positive feedback in response to the restoring the bin that needed to be there.
So our community board members have been out and about over the last few weeks presenting our community service awards. Instead of us hosting an event, we take our awards out to the recipients in their place of volunteering and get to make a big deal out of them in their space and surrounded by their families, friends and fellow volunteers. It's a real buzz to do this. We'll often get shown around the place by them and get to see firsthand what they do. In these photos we've got Paminda Kaur from the Women's Helping Hand Trust, Julie Crook from the Richmond Community Garden and Veg from Phillipstown Community Hub. And we'll have some more deserving recipients to show you next month.
Early in August, on a fresh winter morning, elected members, council staff, contractors, members of the public, including students from Te Kura o Matarangi Northcote School and Mana Whenua came together at Barnes Reserve to celebrate the formal opening of the recently completed sections of the Poari ki Pūhare Kikinui Northern Line cycleway. Northwood and Belfast are now connected right through to Riccarton and the central city with 7.5 kilometres of shared path. It's really great for the community, particularly those sort of on the north end of that path and cycleway to have that connection and those missing sections now completed.
And that is us. Thanks.
Excellent. Pauline.
Thank you. Can I just please just add a little bit to that noise issue that we had from our resident that came in? That this woman and her husband and their cat have been subjected to this noise for about 5 years. Now, no one's particularly in the wrong here, but what she's trying to raise is issues around the chronic exposure for that level of time. So our district plan, we've got a 50 decibel limit for residential areas, but for construction areas, they fall under the government limit, which is 70 decibels, with a maximum of 85 for short periods. So that's considerable difference. What she thought would be helpful is if residents who are having a construction put up next to them could see a schedule of works, like a timing of what's happening, particularly around when your water has been cut off and your power's been cut off, your access to your property's been blocked, and she'd also like to see outdoor radios banned because there's actually no need for those anymore. You can wear headphones. And also, and this is interesting with our dog bylaw being reviewed, dogs on the sites, because they did have an issue with the dog continually barking until he removed it after a few weeks. So I think that's something that we could look at as a council, and I think, Tim, you might remember this, we looked at a couple of times kind of constructing a code of conduct that might go out with a resource consent, just to remind construction workers to be considerate of your neighbours. So there's just little things here that we might be able to look at. So currently it's 7 a.m. to 6 p.m, 6 days a week, the noise limits apply. So that's 11 hours a day for 6 days a week. Public holidays is to be no noise, but she claims that this was being breached continually. She's also questioning whether we have enough resource to have effective enforcement. But of course we all know that sometimes the enforcement teams come out, they'll advise someone there's a problem, when they leave it starts again. So there's all that sort of stuff. So the board chair did write to the local MP, Duncan Webb, requesting that perhaps they have a wee review of the statutory limits for construction consent with that chronic exposure in mind. So I just wanted to raise that to see if there's anything we could pick up.
It's a real shame that there's some that breach it, because there are other sites that are very that contact their neighbours and are very considerate, and so these guys obviously are making a kind of a bad name for all. But I wonder if we could talk with our enforcement team and seeing what resources they have and what they need. Because as you say, you know, like if it seems like if we need to support our teams to be able to enforce these things. So yeah, maybe that's a discussion we need to pull in.
One thing that I think we need to say, and I might be wrong, is this was a person working on his own property, and he was working every hour God gave him to do it, and that's what didn't help the situation. Building companies generally don't work on a Saturday and Sunday anyway, so that it's just in this isolated spot. Councillor Johansson, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely support us looking into this. I too have had complaints from residents adjacent to where mainly high density residential is being built, and there's disruption that it's caused through all hours of the morning. So I think it absolutely needs to be looking at it. Also, our district plan is silent on vibration. So vibration can actually be really annoying for people. And we have one of the most permissive district plans in the country, basically. And we need to start looking at some of the things that are impacting on people's well-being and look at what the controls that we have, particularly around noise and vibration.
But we do need to know what our ability is to enforce anything. So that's the first step, is let's talk with our teams.
Moving right along.
So
do you want a
through
resolution?
the Chief Executive, how can we pick this piece of work up? What would be an
We need to
appropriate-
wait for PC 14. We can't do anything until that's finished.
Beg your pardon?
We need to wait to PC 14, but
nothing happens overnight. Okay, leave it with me.
Okay, that was going to happen today.
Do you want to move the resolution?
Thank you very much. Good on you. Okay, Hornby, Horswell, Riccarton, please.
You can leave your bag there.
Right, thank you.
Hello.
Yep.
Oh, it's afternoon already. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present the August report of the Waipuna Halswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board. I'll touch on first on the staff reports presented to the board at its last meeting and the decisions made under delegation, and then Helen will talk on the Youth Development Fund allocations and the next few slides on what's been happening around the Riccarton and Hornby area while I do the Halswell area. So first is on the proposed traffic and parking improvements along Arthur Street in Riccarton, where access, safety, and parking concerns were raised by the community due to activity related to Middleton Grange School. The board approved the officer recommendations, which will ease congestion and lead to a reduction in the risk of a crash by improving sightlines for pedestrians and vehicles. The board approved also the proposed names for one new road and 2 new lanes in the subdivision development at 678 Cashmere Road. The board also approved the proposal to install a stop control on Lillian Street in Halswell at its intersection with Ensign Street and Wales Street, which is currently controlled by a giveaway control, but because of reduced visibility for vehicles turning out of Lillian Street, the stop control will achieve the desired community outcome of a well-connected and accessible city through improved road safety. The same holds true for the proposed no-stopping restrictions at Darville Street in Riccarton and Wigram Road in Halswell. Now, we've had discretionary response funds granted to the Bangaliana Christchurch in the amount of $800 towards the venue hire and entertainment costs of the Durga Festival for the Eastern Indian Cultural Community Day this coming October 2024. And then the Awate Athletics Incorporated in the amount of $2,000 towards its volunteer and coach support project, and to the Hornby Good Companions Club, $1,500 towards their bus trips project. Now to Helen on the Youth Development Fund allocations.
Thank you. Again, we've got a fairly high use of youth development. Just one old signal is the one going to Australia from the Horswell United Association Football Club. that's a very active club for soccer in Hallsville. Going on to the Riccarton Youth Audit, staff have engaged Revision to conduct a youth audit of the Riccarton streetscape, including the surrounding streets, mall, bus lounges and Division Street. So that will come through at some stage. The Riccarton Collective, this was started by Tyler about 2 years ago now, or 18 months ago, and it's looking at combining the Riccarton groups in a more, or working with the Riccarton groups in a more cohesive way. So they had the last session that I was at, and it's talking about how do the Riccarton groups connect more, in a more regular way, and how do they do this? Do you need a chairperson? Do you have a rotating chairperson? So it's that sort of discussion. And the last one I'm doing is Matatiki is a hit with the Hornby and wider community. It's had a bumper first 3 months of operation. You'll note the photo of the pool's very busy. So since opening its doors in April, Christchurch's newest pool, library and customer service hub has welcomed over 800,000 visitors. No, 80,000 visitors. So it's really excellent and it's going well. Marie.
Yep. So the Hallsville Community Church hosted its first youth group, the Hallsville Youth Connections, for years 6 to 8 on the first Friday of this school term. This is now being held every Friday afternoon at the Hallsville Community Hub, which is located at 381 Hallsville Road. And that's all from us. Thank you.
Brilliant timing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least is Coastal Burwood Linwood.
Tēnā koutou i te koromātua me ngā kai konihira. Tēnā koutou mō te whakarongo mai i tēnei ata. Kei te whakahihi mātou hei poari e whai ana ki te whakapūmau i te tiriti. A e hiahia ana mātou ki te whakanui i te here o tēnei mahi. So as usual, we'll start with some highlights from our board area. This is a small but significant one. Early in the year, the board approved an allocation of $32,000 from the Better Off Fund towards new shade sails and picnic tables for whānau to enjoy whilst visiting Beachside Playground. Funding provided for new tables and shade sails, which were installed in mid-August in time for the spring weather, which has been really good in the last couple of weeks. And a steady rise of beachgoers as we move into summer. Next one is in Bromley, our community governance team, who we're always very grateful for, in collaboration with the Christchurch City Council Parks, Rec and Sport and the Bromley Community Centre have launched a program called Activate Bromley, which aims to create engaging and vibrant spaces for residents to enjoy. The first activation has seen the installation of mini ferry houses in the park space next to the Bromley Community Centre. The installation of the ferry houses was a collaborative effort, bringing together staff, Bromley Community Centre and residents. The successful activation marks a promising first step in a series of planned initiatives designed to activate Bromley Park. Kōrero ki Otutahi started as a group of 3 and now has a community of over 600 followers on their Facebook page. The group offers cost-free meetups and kaupapa, previously at various locations around Otutahi for the community to speak and immerse themselves in Te Reo Māori. The group have now a home base, recently partnered with Akamai to secure a new space in one of the classrooms at the Climate Action Campus at Avonside. Te Awawhiria was opened on the 30th of July with a celebration and for the community. With big plans for the space, Kōrero ki Otutahi have set up a Give a Little page to raise funds to revamp Te Awawhiria with a mural and plants for outside, furnishings inside, and installation for a basin for rāranga.
Hello everyone. Just on the wastewater treatment plant, just to reiterate, the community needs certainty and hope for that going forward. And secondly, on Portlink, it's still noisy, it's still distressing, and the development continues to fight to avoid all reasonable measures to protect the community from noise. Now, in working with the Woolston community also, we are now being made aware of other problems along that residential industrial fringe because people are coming forward with more complaints of noise, runoff and so on. So can't say it often enough, we need to be looking at that residential industrial fringe and how it impacts on our people and their livelihood and just how well they can live going forward. Back to you.
Yeah, the sooner we can get that plan change, the better. Finally, I just want to finish with a celebration. We are rapt that the Pages Road Bridge has been funded with $13 million in the first year of the NLTP and another $40 million or so in the following years. It's also good to see the government responding to real needs in the east of Christchurch, albeit with some pressure. I want to acknowledge that the whole council and our board have been united in support for this. It's a critical lifeline. And I particularly want to acknowledge local councillor Celeste Donovan and MP Rupert Davidson, who have campaigned and lobbied hard for it to get the funding it needs, and also all those who've quietly worked in the background to make it happen. There is a long list of people. So now, let's get it done. Kia ora.
Okay, all good?
I think Tyler had a question.
You've got 56. Oh, see, Tyler, yeah, sorry.
Tēnā kōrua. Thanks for coming in. We hear this every single report about Portlink and the wastewater treatment plant. Can you talk to us about what's changed from when you last came to us to now?
What has changed for the good is that that the council enforcement team have increased their diligence, and we have they're coming to community meetings with us, and they are providing information and feedback. There are now judicial proceedings, which I won't comment on, other than to say, as Jackie did, that the developer is resisting all reasonable measures. But I feel like that it's now very much on the staff radar, and what we're needing is a long-term solution to ensure that it doesn't happen in other areas. But that's not going to, unfortunately, it's not going to benefit Portlink because it's an existing activity. The wastewater treatment plant, really, we're speaking on behalf of our community, reminding you that it's there, but we also know that we're waiting on insurance.
So one question, did you say there's another 40 million for beyond the Pages Road Bridge after in the following years?
That is my understanding when talking to Councillor McDonald earlier today.
Okay. Yep.
Which I thought it was only 13 million, which is not, it's a big drop in the bucket. But if there is another 40 million, then excellent.
But and just to reiterate, there's been a lot of work from council for a long time, probably since Christmas time, to get that across the line, with a lot of help from other people as well. So
yeah.
It's all good. No, it's good to see it going to happen because it is important. It's more important than a lot of other things too. Thank you.
Figure clarified, because it's for those of us in the community. It's
We
a bit
are. I don't
puzzling.
know whether you got the email to say that we are going to have a briefing. We only got that information till late last night,
Yeah.
so the transport team's going to be able to provide
Councillor
the
McDonald
information
has just arrived back. I just mentioned the funding for Pages Road Bridge. Did you want to clarify for the collective what the funding is in the?
I mean, that was probably a private conversation, but let's get the briefing.
Public now.
briefing.
So
the team are going through it all as we
Straight
speak.
after, yeah, as soon as we're finished.
Straight after the
Okay,
meeting.
so that's the end
Right, but
of
is
the
it
board.
possible to get some comms around Pages Road? So once we get that briefing,
Yeah, that's
can we
right.
just get
Yeah.
some information put to the community
Yes,
and the
yep,
public?
we will. Yes, we're
Yeah,
planning
okay.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our community boards, and I'll now ask for a mover and seconder, which is Councillor Barber and Councillor Peters. Second, I must say they're all very good quality reports, and it's a very good effort. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. So now we'll rip on to we'll do these two Part A's, and then we'll stop for lunch at around about 1 o'clock. Okie doke. So number 10. You're up, Angus. 177 Purara Ave.
Yes, I saw Lynn introduce this earlier in the board reports.
But before you go any further, Councillor Fields is happy to move it and I'm more than happy to second it, so carry on. Right. Well, what's the feeling? Sorry, Angus, I'm not trying to steal your thunder.
No, that's okay.
Oh, for the sake of the public, yes, no, fair enough too, yeah.
Yeah, look, this report is essentially to start a process to have a conversation about whether a bit of reserve land currently held by the council that has got historical and cultural interest in Purau is an Urupā site should be returned to Ngāti Wheki. So we're not here to make the decision today. What we're saying is that decision is delegated to the community board to act as a hearings panel. We hear all the submissions. There will be submissions for and against, undoubtedly, and they will make the decision. So this is just starting the consultation process.
Okay, that's right. Well, that's pretty clear. Councillor Cotter?
Process-wise, we should probably refrain from any debate on this if we're going to be making a decision, or will the community board make the decision? They have delegation.
The resolution sets up the community board to hear and determine the process. So they'll make the decision.
Make the final decision. No, we don't.
We're just passing the ball to them.
Yeah, and Lynn said earlier, I was listening, that they're quite happy to be put in that position.
Yep, Councillor Fields?
Just clarification, I mean, it's only going to the community board if the consultation, I mean, what we're agreeing to is a consultation, is that right, Angus? Like,
no,
the hearings panel will only occur if there are dissenting opinions.
Yeah, if there's no opposition, then I get the delegation to carry on. If there is opposition, then the hearings panel will convene. You will undoubtedly get opposition to
Not opposition so much, but input that doesn't completely align with the staff rec.
Yeah.
With the board rec, sorry.
If you get submissions opposing the proposal to return the site to Ngāti Wheki, then yes, hearings panel will need to convene and that will be the community board. Look, I guarantee you're going to land up in that position.
Right, very, very clear answer. So it's got a mover and seconder. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. Brilliant. So, 11 Takapaniki Reserve. This is as clear as mud. It's clear as... I'm happy to move this and Councillor Fields happy to second it. It's very well put across by the Com Board what was going on. Yeah. So, I'll move it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Okay, no, that's right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angus. So, that's...
Sorry, if staff could just note, I stood back from that as well. Yeah, cool. Okay, good.
We've got two of the quarterly activity reports. Do you want to do your activity report?
Yeah, you can do that, Brent? Yeah, good. Excellent. So we'll rip up to number 14 and we'll get that past us before lunch.
Going to debate about whether we go out and consult.
Apologies, Mr Mayor, you've drawn the short straw. I'm the last one standing in Three Waters at the moment. There's a few away on leave and it's sick, so and often discussions with Te Mara Arawai. So this is the following on from the transport report, the new format. We've taken a lot of the duplication out, the capital works, that sort of thing. And hopefully it's a bit more of an easy read and gives you an indication of a bit more of the things that Three Waters are doing and what's coming up in the near future. So happy to answer questions that I can. If I can't answer them, I'll take them back to the team.
Right, Councillor Johansson.
Oh, thanks. So we just heard from the community board about concern about the wastewater treatment plant future. Is there any update or time frame for an update on what's happening with the insurance?
That will be going back through the insurance subcommittee first, so I can't. There's nothing that I can contribute on that at the moment.
Right. Is there any way that we could get a time frame for once the insurance settlement is negotiated or the insurance is settled, what the next steps are, so we could at least communicate to the community what the process will be once that happens?
Once that happens and it goes through the insurance subcommittee, then that information will come to full council.
So there's nothing we can say today
Can't say
about
anything.
what's happening in the future.
Council, you're already aware that it's subject to insurance negotiations, so I can't.
Okay. And then the other question from me was just in regards to the new water stations that have been put in. I was just trying to understand what budget they came from and why any new ones would require annual plan consideration.
So these, remember, there were some chlorine-free, there were some taps there prior to us having to remove them to comply. We've used some reactive capital money to put them back in, so nothing else has been deferred as a result of it because it is reactive funding. The reason we said for the annual plan is that there's already an outstanding action first for the team to come back to council with a report on costs and an indication of some potential sites that we, council, could decide to expand it. But I think it's best to leave it until you get that report, and that'll be within the next 2 months.
And do we know how much the two stations cost?
Offhand, I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Harrison-Hunt, and then Councillor Barber.
Just an acknowledgement. The report looks great. Thanks so much for that. Visually appealing. The numbers look great. I just wanted to give you a shout out. Thanks.
Just an answer to that. There's some, you get some funny figures in there sometimes with compliance and the wastewater page especially, and what you get is some technical non-compliances there, but we're better to call them out and tell you exactly what they are. There's little things in there like a sampling point might be in the wrong place and we've had to shift it and things like that. So
Yeah. Actually, probably just one note too within that. On page 194, you see the supply details. It's got the number, the code, but for public knowledge, it might be cool to just have the actual location. There is location in there, but just having a code might be hard to understand.
Alrighty, thank you. Councillor Barber, please.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question. Page 194, the third one down, CHR 009, water's non-compliant. Can you give us some context on how much water that is, that 2498 metres cubed? Is that like 10 minutes of unchlorinated water?
I
Any
wouldn't be
idea?
able to.
Sorry,
No.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
As to how long it would have been unchlorinated for.
Yeah, no, I'd have to find out.
Yeah, it's all right. Just given the fantastic nature of our water anyway, I'm sure it wasn't a problem.
Sorry. Councillor Cotter. Councillor Cotter, you? Sorry. That'll be you.
That'll be me. Thank you. Page 5 of your report, or 192 of ours, you've got the volumetric use of our water in cubic metres. Is it possible in future reports to see a trend? Because that kind of doesn't really mean very much. So
Sure.
Are we trending up or down?
Sure.
Maybe over perhaps since I'd really like to see it from the last annual plan, but from however far back you can go would be really great.
Yep, sure.
Also, how are we going with our water meter installation program?
We can add that in.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, I'm just noting that our class 1 status, so that's about our source water, that work will be completed April 2025.
Yes, it's been going very well. They're quite a way through. There's a couple of stations where they had to go back and restart, but generally it's been testing very well. And on top of that, class 1 work, because that of course is the one that means we don't have to treat the source water.
Yeah.
On top of that, we're working with Te Mara ROI and ESR on that other research around the very deep bore water and viruses and things. So it's all starting to come together in a picture as to the
Right, so
quality
does
of
the
the
class one, that reflects the ageing of the water, is it?
The class one, so class one means you don't have to treat the source, and it's not. There's a few things there. It's mainly around the protozoa. So there's a couple of stations where we're going to have to put UV in. That is Tanner Street and I think over at Wainui where we're doing things over there, where we can't get the class one classified. It's coming from the deepest bores and doesn't carry protozoa. So that's what that bit of work is about. Then we're doing other research which is around viruses.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So where you need to put the UV is in the shallower ones, is it?
Yes, that's things like main pumps, for example, in Colombo Street has had UV for quite some time, and it's just where the underlying rock layers allow you to get into those
Right.
aquifer-bearing shingle layers.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Templeton, please.
Kia ora. Thanks for this. A few things. How are we going with the work on loss measurement? So I know that during the long-term plan process, we talked about the fact that there was disagreement about the usefulness of the measurement that we're using currently and that we're working on different ways of doing that.
Yep, I haven't got an update for you for this one, but we can perhaps do an update for the next quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would be really useful. And how much? So for me, this is a good overview of the work at a really high level that we do.
Yes.
But I think what was clear during the long-term plan is that we don't have as much of an understanding over the detail of the work programs as we might otherwise, which is why there were so many bits and pieces and amendments and things went in. So what we used to get and what I'd be after is a bit more detail on these. So for example, in stormwater network, it says, the network includes open drains, pipes, pump stations, stop banks and basins, but there's no information about what we're doing with those, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And like in the forward work program, I don't know
It does make sense.
what we're planning on doing for water pipe renewals to fix our drinking water system, those kind of things from this report.
Okay, so taking out as part of the pre-annual plan information that will be coming to you, we're going to talk about programs, but that's the physical works, the capital works, but we can get some comment on the planning behind those programs. Is that what you're meaning?
Yeah, I guess.
To what we're trying to achieve?
Yeah, I guess I just don't have a really good understanding from this report of the work that's happening and the scale of work that's happening in the city, how that compares with what we've been doing in the past, the trends that Pauline was talking about, and actually what's required to get us to where we want to be. And that's the kind of a reporting that I think at an oversight level is probably the most useful.
I'll note that.
If that makes sense, yeah. So, yeah, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Peters.
Thank you. Just, I guess, turning back the pages a wee bit here with the water taps that have gone in Keys Road and Burnside, and the fact that staff are doing work on further options for having others potentially decided upon. Is there a plan to sort of look at an even spread around the city to give the wider population better access through that sort of work?
I think I'll leave that for when we come back, because part of what will come back in that report is we'll put flow meters on these taps as well, just to see even if they're going to be well used.
Yep. Because
then it'll be a decision for council as to whether you feel it's a good thing to do or not.
Yeah, fair enough. Councillor Hanson.
Just have you had any negative feedback about Keys Road? We just got an email from a board member last night around the rate of flow and also nowhere for people to put containers. Is there a process to get feedback from people using them too?
There has been some feedback collected already, and I think initially there was an airlock on the system as well, which created problems. So we're collecting all that, and we'll make modifications as necessary.
Cool. And just on page 8 of the report, 195, it says
a non-compliance to discharge water and contaminants to land and water from stormwater network. It says the similar versions of our stormwater management plans do not meet the purpose of condition 6. Can you just help me understand a little bit more about why?
Sorry, I'm still finding it. Where was it? So page 8?
Yeah, page 8. Just in the the bottom non-compliance. Because I thought we did our stormwater management plans to be compliant with ECAN's conditions, but I was surprised to see that as a non-compliance given how much work we've done on those.
I'll have to get some detail for you.
Would it be possible just to get a memo on that? Or,
Sure.
a
Or
note?
just a note.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, right. We have a mover and seconder. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. Good. So, right. John, is it? Yeah, we'll do number 15 and then we'll have lunch. That'll be great. Community Support and Partnerships Unit Activity Report. I'm clear.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our inaugural Community Support and Partnerships Report. We haven't reported in this format before. The report primarily covers the period Jan to June 2024, although some of the statistical information in the highlights relates to the entire financial year. Due to the topical nature of our work, we will be reporting back to Council twice yearly, so the next report is due in February. In between that times, you tend to hear from us reasonably regularly. Community board reports, funding, and so forth are examples. The February 2025 report will include our emergency management functions. It will also provide a greater focus on community resilience outcomes, which were emphasised in the as a requirement in the recent long-term plan. However, in the meantime, we will be discussing issues such as AF8 and tsunami planning with the council. As this is our first unit report, in this format, we're really keen to receive feedback from elected members so we can make changes and make the most use of this opportunity. And I must say, reviewing some of the reports, like the previous one, I rather liked the format. We had intended to show a brief video that would allow the communities we work with some visibility, and that councillors could see and hear those communities talking on their own behalf. However, technology has not allowed us to do this, so we're going to pop the video on the big tin can where councillors can see those communities report back themselves. So in terms of today, we would like you to take the report as read, have Claire Appleby-Phillips, and a really good cross-section of familiar faces on the unit that are here to answer any questions that you may have. Your Worship, over to you.
Right. We have two. Councillor Templeton, Councillor Harrison.
Thanks so much for that. Yeah, good report. I might have some more reflections later, and if I do, I'll flick them through. But
Appreciate that.
I'm really interested in the that community resilience planning, especially for emergency situations, crises such as tsunami evacuation. And it's been an ongoing issue that we haven't really made much traction on. I know that a year or two ago we were told that there were two specific positions from within the team that were open for people to be working with communities on those. I think the level of service says 32 plans a year. Which is a lot of community groups to be working with every year to develop plans, and I'm not quite sure that 32 is the right number. But I'm wondering if we could have a measure on how many plans we do with our communities so that we can monitor that. Because I can't see how you would do 32 community resilience plans with different community groups in a year.
The answer is yes, you can. We report monthly in the performance report. I'll refresh ourselves of the current status and maybe provide an update, but we'll certainly take that feedback. And we will be discussing this issue with council in terms of tsunami planning, which is, I hopefully coming to council before February. They otherwise will treat it front of mind in the February report.
Yeah, I think it's something that we've had ongoing issues with.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I think that maybe the definition of what a community resilience plan or an evacuation plan might be different between, in my head to your head, for example, if we're getting through 32 of them a year.
Yep.
Because I think the expectations might be different.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, accepted. Thank you.
Harry?
Kia ora, John. Kia ora, Claire. It's really cool to see you come in and present this. There's so much going on in the city. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is around funding. And I think a wee while ago, Gary might have to come to the table with this one. A wee while ago, we were talking about potential restructuring, making it easier for the community to come in and apply for it. And one of the propositions I had was creating a seasonal fund, aka this strengthening communities in 2 tranches. I'm just wanting to see when that review is going to be coming up, Gary.
Yep.
For council to be able to consider.
Yep. So we've got a new funding platform that we are hoping to. I'm looking at Matt Bolt, who's leading that at the moment. Hoping to have that up and running within the next 8 weeks if we can. That's sort of the chicken before the egg, in a sense. Once we've got that, the review. Look, we will try and have it completed before Strengthening Communities opens next year, which is in March. There's quite a bit to do, but certainly we've got that down as a point of the review to have a look at that option. I understand, so there was a 2-tranche thing. That's the way I've read it. That's the way we've noted it.
Yep. Cool.
So it's there.
There were some other small nitty-gritty things, but I think our community boards actioned it before the rest of the city will. One of them was barbecue with your neighbours, obviously it being all the way to the end of that financial year instead of having it in a small part. It's just nitty-gritty changes. I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think on that one, when the idea came up, we'd already started through the process for this year. But certainly the governance teams, when I spoke to them about it, liked the idea of being able to do it. It's just to reset it all at once at the same time because we advertise it.
Makes sense. Yeah. The next question is around community engagement. And we get an opportunity, or they get an opportunity for 5 minutes before a monthly council meeting. And I feel like it doesn't quite give effect to the work that they're doing. Is there, what are the other current pieces that we can utilise, current tools we can utilise to get more eyes on the community and actually getting them to come and present their issues to us outside of community board deputations, which is 5 minutes, and then council deputations, which is 5 minutes.
Can I just so although it won't directly affect it, Councillor Johansson came up with a great idea from funding around having a night where everyone that we fund to come. So although it's a mix and mingle type thing, there is an opportunity there, but it's a good point for us to think about how we get it. There is a lot of them, I guess, and that's some of the question of time.
Yep. No, that's good to know.
Community boards have to be the first port of call. They're the best place to start.
But at a metro level, like City Mission, for example, it's really difficult for 5 minutes to cram in a year's worth of work. And that's the sort of issue I'm having. And there's something that we used to do, which we're not doing now. We probably won't do it until the next election, but just wanted to see what else was up there.
Councillor, we're also looking at the idea of working through, at a metro level, through portfolio groups. We have youth, we have multicultural, we have Councillor Kewen's accessibility. There have been a couple more added now, arts and culture and sport and recreation. They also provide metropolitan opportunities for engagement. So we're looking what we can do in those areas and try to put a lot more traffic through there. So there's another opportunity that we'd like to use.
Great. And if last one is, if we're able to get permission to share that video on our socials, that'd be great if we're allowed to just tell the world how awesome our communities are.
We better check with some of the people we
please.
filmed.
Just another one.
Oh, they have been. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we have a mover and seconder. I'll put that motion. Oh, sorry, Pauline, you had one.
I did want to ask something just on 5.7. I see that, and that is page 203, that you the council supports groups that are fundraising for different capital works, including the hydrotherapy pool. I was wondering how that's going. Are they still making progress with that? That's the Buy a Bubble campaign, is it?
Come on, Gary, back to the table.
Oh, Gary, welcome back.
So I actually think the mayor has sort of, I think you mentioned the finances this morning, about 100.
I know, we're just going forward on how's the campaign going.
To raise the money, yeah.
Is it still in progress?
Yes, it is still in progress, and it is slow going, like everyone is feeling
It's hard
at the moment.
times, isn't it?
It
for
is a hard
yeah.
time.
But it's interesting. I'm just really supportive that the council walks alongside these people to help support their fundraising. I think it's really something to note.
Yeah,
Valuable intervention.
We're very lucky to have Rose and their team who's had some experience with us, and so
No, it's good.
the team's been great.
It's really good. Thank you.
And lastly, before lunch, Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, I was interested in the community facilities aspect. We got shown of solar going on the Martiki building in Hornby, which is great. But when we tried to get it for Limapool, we were told that we weren't able to. So I know in the past we've asked if we could have like a policy around sustainability. Also, when we upgraded the Bromley Community Centre, for example, I was told we didn't have the budget for sustainability features. So I'm just trying to understand, is there a policy around our buildings when we do like community facility renewals or new builds around what we do in terms of sustainability? And how do we ensure that it's consistent across the portfolio?
As we do renewals, we pick up, we're always looking for sustainable measures. The renewals are very often things like lights and changing that, and so things are energy efficient. As we're looking to build new buildings, we've got a couple of new ones that we're looking to build. We'll be looking to build them in as an efficient and sustainable way as we possibly can do.
Brilliant.
Renard, this isn't a huge built portfolio, but where we do participate in facility projects such as Omakihi, the South Library, sustainability, efficiency are part of the design process and are considered.
So now we've got budget in place to put sustainability features in.
Well, it really depends on the project and the justification. What I'm saying is they are considered, they are part of the design process, and where appropriate and affordable, they're put in.
Very lastly is Councillor Peters.
Excellent. Hey, I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Cotter's about the fundraising with Martiki and the Buy a Bubble and everything. And I'd like to really thank your team. They've been really engaged with the Rotary and Resident Association and helped a lot with that fundraising process. So thank you very much for your help with that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Peters. That's very gracious.
Have I put that? No? Yes, that's right. I'm putting it. And we've got mover and seconder. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. See you at 2:00. Thank you, everybody. We are now talking about item number 12. And because we had a lot of questions as a result of the deputations this morning, we've decided to lie it on the table and get advice by the end of the year from staff. So that is the resolution sitting in front of me, and I'm going to move it, and Councillor Enstock's going to second it. Do we have any questions about it? Nope. So we'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Carry.
Just the DIA letter. Is that still going to be? Okay.
But okay. So with that, we can now close the meeting. Okay. Kia whaka, te tapu, kia watea, te atapara, kia tuhu, kia wakatara ai, kia turu, wakatara ai, homea, huria, tāia. Thank you very much.